Chapter 969. On the way back to Medical City, Han Yunxi mulled over the strange plants. She had all sorts of guesses, but they were just guesses. She couldn't deduce anything from them. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue weren't familiar with poisonous plants, so they were trying to figure out the identity of the mysterious man. Without a doubt, if that mysterious man was from the poison sect, then he had to have lived there for a long time. Perhaps he knew about Bai Yanqing and Lady Tianqin's past. They didn't return to their original residence. Gu Beiyue had arranged for them to stay in a secluded and quiet courtyard closest to the poison sect's forbidden grounds in the forest behind Medical City. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi walked into the courtyard and saw that it looked like a courtyard house. There were many rooms, including a tea room, a dining room, and a kitchens. From the looks of it, we'll be staying here for a while. There's enough room here, Han Yunxi said. It was already evening, and everyone was a little tired after a busy day. Let's all rest. We'll talk about the altar tonight, Long Fei Yi mused. Gu should be here by now. He refused to believe that Gu wouldn't come. Gu definitely knew more about the poison sect and the poison Gu people than they did. Now that the situation at the altar wasn't clear, they should wait for Gu to arrive before planning a second attempt. Everyone returned to their rooms to rest, leaving Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin for last. Miss Mingxiang, your room is on the west side. You should rest early, Su Donglin said. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi stayed in the main room, Gu Beiyue in the east wing, and Bailey Mingxiang in the west wing. Although the west wing status was lower than the east wing, it was still more honorable than the lower wing Su Donglin and the Shadow Guard's rooms. Guard Su, we haven't settled on dinner yet. How about I write down a few menus so you can have your subordinates prepare the ingredients? Shall I cook a meal for you later? Bailey Mingxiang asked. In fact, Su Donglin was only in charge of security. Her Royal Highness really did need a maid to take care of the daily affairs. Bailey Mingxiang was thoughtful and considerate, but unfortunately, Su Donglin secretly sighed in his heart. He smiled and said, "Fortunately, you reminded me. Otherwise, I would have really forgotten about this matter." Just like that, when the sky fell, Bailey Mingxiang laid out a table full of fragrant dishes. Not only did she cook a table full of dishes for her masters, but she also prepared a table full of dishes for Su Donglin and the other shadow guards. Su Donglin patrolled the surrounding area and asked the shadow guards to eat. Bailey Mingxiang also stayed in the kitchen to eat with the shadow guards. Han Yunxi and the others ate in the courtyard. Gu Beiyue praised after tasting the first mouthful, "I didn't expect Miss Bailey to have such good culinary skills." Han Yunxi was actually very used to it. She also liked Bailey Mingxiang's dishes very much. She smiled and said, "Her culinary skills are very good. Even Granny Zhao can't compare to her, let alone me." As soon as she finished speaking, Long Fei Yi exposed her. "When have you ever cooked?" Other than the extremely sour pastry he had eaten, this woman had never personally cooked a meal for him or boiled a bowl of soup, right? Long Fei Yi doted on Han Yunxi very much, but in some matters, he would also have requirements. Gu Beiyue snickered and lowered his head to eat. Han Yunxi clearly saw Gu Beiyue snickering. She was embarrassed and didn't say anything. She lowered her head to eat. "Let's have a taste sometime." Long Fei Ye's words weren't a request, but an order. They were especially domineering. "All right, but don't eat too much." "I'll make supper for you later," Han Yunxi agreed. She wanted to see if Long Fei Yi could eat. They discussed the poison sect's altar as they ate. They decided to observe for a couple of days and send a few poison guards to search the area before making further plans. "Is there no news of Bai Yanqing at all?" Gu Beiyue asked. It had been a few days since they came from 100 Poison sect. They'd made the secret of the poison goo humans known to the world and caused an earthquake in Cloud Realm continent, but Bai Yanqing hadn't reacted at all. Where had he gone? Had he gone into hiding, or was he plotting something? Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "It's not that there's no news of him. At least for now, it's good news for us." Han Yunshi nodded in acknowledgement of this point. That night, before they began dual cultivation, Han Yunshi really did go to the kitchens to cook. There were limited ingredients, so she only made a pot of noodles. She had Su Donglin deliver a bowl to Gu Beiyue. She didn't know if Gu Beiyue had eaten or not. But when the noodles reached Long Fei Yi glanced at them and immediately waved for Su Donglin to throw them away. "Hey! You should at least try it." Han Yunshi panicked. Shouldn't this guy have taken a bite and found it disgusting? But because she made it herself, he had to endure the disgust and eat it all. "Have you tried it before?" Long Fei Yi countered. "It's not bad." Han Yunshi had tried it before, but that was before she put it into the pot. When the noodles were cooked, it was clearly noodle soup. But after it was put into the pot, it turned into dough lumps. There was no soup left. "Then you can eat it yourself," Long Fei Yi said. Han Yunshi was speechless. She complained, "At least it's my first time cooking." But Long Fei Yi replied, "There will be plenty of chances in the future. Once it's cooked, I'll have enough to eat it for the rest of my life." What could Han Yunshi say? She could only let Su Donglin send the noodles away. The moment Su Donglin left, he immediately laughed out loud. How rare! It was rare for His Highness to reject the princess so thoroughly. He was worried that if His Highness continued to spoil the princess, he would eventually become a slave to his wife. In the East Wing, Gu Beiyue faced a bowl of dough lumps, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. However, he still silently finished the entire bowl. From his expression, it was hard to tell whether the noodles tasted good or not. When the shadow guard came over to clean up, he said, "Please thank the princess for me." The shadow guard looked at the bowl that was clean. Thinking of the dough lumps that Su Donglin threw away, he couldn't help but admire him. As a subordinate, Gu Beiyue was absolutely competent. The shadow guard didn't know that the reason why Gu Beiyue ate so cleanly was not because he was competent and obedient, but because he knew that it would be very, very difficult for him to have the opportunity to eat something personally cooked by the princess again. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi had already started dual cultivation. Everything went smoothly last night. Today, Han Yunshi was more familiar with cultivation and quickly entered the state. After cultivating, she wasn't as energetic as last night. Instead, she lazily lay on the bed, her eyelids almost closing. Thinking of her initiative last night and seeing her like this, Long Fei Yi almost suspected that she was faking it. But he couldn't bear to torment her. Instead, he lay down next to her and gently stroked her soft hair. Sleep. Before long, Han Yunshi really did fall asleep. Long Fei gently caressed her cheek with a soundless smile, both helpless and doting. He pulled her into his arms and tucked her in. He didn't know when it had become a habit, but he always had to hug her to sleep. Long Fei Yi quickly fell into a deep sleep as well. He didn't know that Han Yunshi wasn't really asleep, but that her soul had returned to the poison sex altar. It was like a dream, but also not. This feeling was very similar to when her consciousness entered the poison storage space, but it was also different. Han Yunshi couldn't tell what was different. She knew that she was in a dream. She was clearly awake, but she couldn't wake up. At this moment, she was standing outside the ancient altar in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, staring at the wordless steel from a distance. Last time when she returned from the altar, she also dreamed of the wordless monument and saw the words on the monument. Could it be that this time? Han Yunshi was overjoyed. She didn't care if she was dreaming or just letting her mind wander. She immediately ran over to the steel. When she got close, she saw that it was exactly the same as they'd seen during the day. The stone layer had been peeled off to reveal a steel made of Xian gold. But there were no words on it. Han Yunxi was disappointed. But at this time, the steel suddenly emitted a faint golden light. From top to bottom, words began to appear. Han Yunxi was overjoyed. She hurried to read and realized that the words were the same ones she'd seen last time. The words sped up. At first, they appeared word by word, but later, they appeared line by line, paragraph by paragraph. Han Yunxi skipped the first part and read 10 lines at a glance. She was so anxious that she couldn't help but hold her breath. In the end, she fell to her knees in front of the Xian gold steel. But when Han Yunxi finished reading, the words on the Xian gold steel didn't disappear. Han Yunxi was so nervous that her forehead was covered in sweat. She stood up and looked at the motionless words. She almost couldn't resist kicking the Xian gold door. These words were all about the secrets of the poison storage space. Part of it was about the poison storage space's cultivation, while the other part was about its rules. Since the words hadn't disappeared, Han Yunxi put the secret of the altar aside and carefully read the introduction to the poison storage space's cultivation and rules. Han Yunxi had never been able to fully control the poison storage space before because she wasn't familiar with the rules. Now that she'd carefully read these words, she finally understood. Just as she'd guessed, every advancement in the poison storage space required an opportunity. This opportunity varied from person to person and wasn't fixed. In other words, she was now at the second level of the poison storage space. As long as she had enough foundation, she could advance once she encountered an opportunity. But if she didn't encounter an opportunity, no matter how hard she worked, it would be futile. After the third level of the poison storage space was cultivated to the maximum level, and once it reached the maximum level, she would be able to control the poison storage space's supreme power. But what kind of power this power was, the steel didn't say. Han Yunxi was very curious, but she didn't have the time to think about it. She continued to read carefully, because there was a mention of the poison beast's cultivation. Once the poison beast formed a contract, it wasn't just a contract with her, it was also a contract with her poison storage space. So, as long as she didn't forcefully interfere, the little thing could enter the poison storage space at will, and could sense everything outside the space. Once the master entered the second level of the poison storage space, the poison beast would be able to understand human language. In the first 2 levels, the master's cultivation would affect the poison beast's cultivation, and in the later levels, the poison beasts and the master's cultivation would affect each other, promoting each other. It was equivalent to cultivating the poison storage space's power together. With the poison beast's help, the speed of advancing to the third level would be faster. At the third level, the poison beast would be able to communicate with its master at any time through divine sense. Han Yunxi had some understanding of this before, but the steel recorded something else she didn't know. Chapter 970. The inscription recorded some information about the poison beast, but Han Yunxi had never heard of it before. She suddenly felt that she had let Little Thing down. She didn't know how it was doing now, if it missed her, if it missed its gongzi. According to the inscription, Little Thing should have been trapped in the poison storage space by Bai Yanqing. As long as the owner of the poison storage space had a higher cultivation level than her and Little Thing, they could keep Little Thing in the poison storage space and restrict it from coming out. In other words, although Bai Yanqing was at the same level as her, but Bai Yanqing's cultivation level was higher than hers, so Little Thing could only be trapped. Only if she worked hard in her cultivation and surpassed Bai Yanqing, then Little Thing could regain its freedom. Thinking up to here, Han Yunxi's entire body perked up. She had thought that if she advanced to the third level of the poison storage space, she would be able to communicate with Little Thing through her consciousness, and maybe she would be able to understand some things. But now, she had found the most direct way to save Little Thing. Han Yunxi had never been so eager to start cultivating in the poison storage space. Although she didn't know where the opportunity to break through to the third level was, at least she had to raise her cultivation level first. This time, the dream was completely different from the last time. Last time, everything was blurry and rushed, as if she came and left in a hurry. But this time, the inscription on the black gold tablet was still there, her consciousness was also clear, and the time she stayed was obviously much longer than the last time. After Han Yunxi had thoroughly read the inscription, she began to observe the poison herbs in the surrounding glass walls. But soon, there was a strange sound behind her. Han Yunxi turned around and was immediately shocked by the scene in front of her. She saw a wolf head totem appear on the wordless tablet. That wolf head reminded Han Yunxi of Little Thing's real identity as a snow wolf. Following the appearance of the wolf head totem, the wordless tablet shook continuously, and the entire altar shook with it. Han Yunxi instinctively wanted to move away, but found a drop of red blood oozing out of the wolf head totem's forehead. In an instant, a crack appeared on the wordless steel. The crack grew bigger and bigger until it turned into a door. It was dark inside the door, as if it was an alternate dimension. No one knew where it led to. The poison sect's altar actually hid such a secret. Could it be that only the poison sect's direct descendants could see this door? Only then could the door be opened. What was that drop of blood on the wolf's head? Just as Han Yunxi was feeling suspicious, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her finger. She looked down and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Unknowingly, her index finger had been bitten open, and blood kept oozing out. More and more blood oozed out, and in the end, it was no longer oozing blood, but flowing blood. Blood continued to flow, covering the ground. Han Yunxi stared blankly, her face full of horror. She subconsciously pressed on the wound, but it was of no use. The blood continued to flow. She looked down and realized that her feet were covered in blood. The grass around the altar was dyed red with blood. She raised her head and looked at the cracked door. The darkness behind the door seemed to have a magical power that could suck people in. No! Frightened, Han Yunxi turned to flee. She couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. She fled into the forest, running aimlessly. She didn't know where she was going. Suddenly, someone grabbed her hand. Who was it? This scene had appeared in her dreams before, but she couldn't see the person's face clearly. She only felt that the temperature of this hand was very familiar. She looked up to see who was holding her hand, but the moment she did, her entire world shattered. Long Fei Yi. Han Yunxi woke up with a start and shot up from the bed. She didn't know why she called out Long Fei Yi's name, but perhaps it was an instinct. When she needed protection, the first person she thought of was him. Long Fei Yi immediately woke up and sat up as well. Before he could ask, he pulled Han Yunxi into his arms and held her close. I'm here, don't be afraid. Han Yunxi hugged Long Fei Yi tightly. She didn't know what she was afraid of, but this fear was stronger than ever. Why? Why can't I see that person's face? She quickly broke free from Long Fei Yi's embrace and took his hand, closing her eyes to feel it. The feeling of holding his hand was similar to the one in her dreams, but also different. She grew even more flustered. Long Fei Yi still held her tight and said softly, Yunxi, calm down. It's fine. It was just a dream, so it's fine. I'm here. This woman must have had a nightmare. After sharing the same bed with her for so long, he'd rarely encountered such a situation. She'd actually been frightened by a nightmare. Han Yunqi raised her head to look at Long Feiyi. When she saw his familiar profile and warmth, her heart gradually calmed down. Seeing her calm down, Long Feiyi asked, "What nightmare did you have?" "The poison sect's sacrificial altar." Han Yunqi murmured back. Long Feiyi's body shook, but he quickly recovered. His voice was as gentle as ever. "What you think about during the day, you think about it at night. Don't think about it anymore." Han Yunqi shook her head. "No, I don't think it counts as a dream." She looked into his eyes. "Long Feiyi, I dreamed of the wordless steel again. I saw all the words on it and a totem that looked a lot like little things." Han Yunqi kept talking, but she didn't notice that Long Feiyi's face had turned much paler. "I saw blood seep out of the wolf's forehead. Then a door appeared on the wordless steel. It was very dark inside and I didn't know where it led to," Han Yunqi said. "You went in?" Long Feiyi asked hastily. A door had appeared on the wordless steel, so it couldn't lead to the real world. Then where did it lead? To 3,000 years in the future. Why was Han Yunqi so afraid? Long Feiyi's heart trembled. "No." Han Yunqi quickly examined her fingers and saw that the bite marks from the day were already very faint. There were no new wounds at all. She told Long Feiyi about the bleeding, but Long Feiyi was still worried. He carefully examined her fingers one by one. "My blood might be able to open the wordless steel," Han Yunqi said. Long Feiyi didn't speak and only hugged her. Seeing Long Feiyi's silence, Han Yunqi finally realized that she had scared him. She turned and hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Maybe it was just a dream. Long Feiyi was silent for a long time before he said resolutely, "We'll try tomorrow. If we can open the door to the steel, I'll go in with you." If they couldn't avoid it, he didn't mind facing it with her. Where did this door lead to? Why did it appear on the poison sect's altar? Was it related to Han Yunqi's status as a direct descendant of the poison sect, or was it related to the secret of Han Yunqi's transmigration? Rather than avoid and fear, it was better to hold her hand and face it together. Han Yunqi shrank back and shook her head. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." Long Feiyi held her hand tightly, their fingers intertwined. That night, neither of them slept. They hugged each other quietly, their fingers intertwined as they waited for dawn to come. The next morning, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi woke up early. When Gu Beiyue walked out of his room, he saw the two of them sitting at a stone table in the courtyard, brewing tea. The winter morning was especially cold. White smoke curled up from the tea table as the fragrance of tea filled the air. It was a refreshing feeling. Gu Beiyue didn't know what happened last night, but he stepped forward and bowed. "Your Highness, Princess." Long Feiyi gestured for him to sit down and personally poured him a cup of tea. As soon as Gu Beiyue sat down, he immediately sensed that Han Yunqi's expression wasn't right. Not only did she not sleep well, she had a lot on her mind. "Princess, what's wrong?" he hurriedly asked. Han Yunqi didn't say anything, so Long Feiyi recounted the scene last night. Gu Beiyue didn't know that Han Yunqi had transmigrated, so he said seriously, "Princess, this shouldn't be a dream. It's the poison sect's inheritance, passing on the techniques of the poison storage space through their consciousness." Han Yunqi also didn't know if it was a dream or not. Otherwise, how could the contents of the wordless steel be real? However, she didn't understand why her nightmare of holding hands would appear in the poison sect's inheritance. Could the door to the wordless steel lead to the poison sect's secret grounds? Gu Beiyue asked. This was good news for him. Perhaps the secret of the poison goo humans was hidden in the poison sect's secret grounds. Perhaps the formula for the perplexing butterfly illusion was hidden there as well. Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi naturally thought of this possibility. Get ready, we'll give it a try in a bit. Long Fei Yi had already made up his mind last night. Han Yunxi finally raised her head to look at him. Long Fei Yi's hand reached under the table and tightly grasped her hand. It was silent, but he gave her enough strength. Let's give it a try. If the door really opens, we'll go in together. Han Yunxi said seriously. Gu Beiyue could faintly sense that something was off with these few words. A complicated look flitted through his eyes. He wanted to ask, but after a moment's hesitation, he pretended that he had seen through everything and fell silent. He had always grasped the distance between him and Long Fei Yi, as well as the princess. There were some things that His Highness and the princess wouldn't talk about, so there was no need for him to ask. This was called doing one's duty. After breakfast, Han Yunxi and the others finished their preparations. Just as they were about to leave, they suddenly bumped into a person standing at the door. Gu! Han Yunxi exclaimed. She had forgotten how long it had been since she last saw this guy. Gu was dressed in red, luxurious and enchanting, and as elegant as ever. He just casually stood there, and the flowers that covered the mountains and plains were all overshadowed. He was laughing without a care in the world, laughing without restraint, laughing with incomparable joy. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into a line. Poison girl, long time no see. Before he could finish his sentence, Long Fei Yi seemed to know what he was going to say, and immediately interrupted him coldly. What are you doing here? It was clearly Long Fei Yi who threatened him to come, but he still had the cheek to ask him what he was doing here. Gu pretended not to hear Long Fei Yi's words and continued to speak to Han Yunxi. Brother Qi misses you. Do you miss Brother Qi? However, Han Yunxi's face was gloomy. She said angrily, Gu, when will you remember what Ling said to you? Tang Li had already complained to her and Long Fei Yi about the secret signal. Tang Li felt that the secret signal was purely a waste of time looking for people and missed the best opportunity to save them. Chapter 971. Long Fei Yi did not give any response to Tang Li's complaint. Han Yunxi was different. If she did not question Gu, she felt that Ling had been wronged. If this guy did not like Ling, why did he not be more straightforward and let Ling completely give up? Hurting her once was better than hurting her for a lifetime, right? Ling was still so young and unmarried. She would definitely meet someone who would cherish her in the future. Why did she have to fall into the hands of this evildoer, Gu? Her infatuation was completely ruined. In fact, Gu had never seriously considered Mu Ling's feelings for him. He was used to being heartless, so he was not interested in thinking so much. He touched his nose and did not refute a word. He quietly took the scolding. If Long Fei Yi had questioned him, he would have 1,000 reasons to refute. However, Han Yunxi had questioned him. He would just treat it as her punching bag. Mu Ling was missing. This woman must be angry and sad. He changed the topic. Is Bai Yanqing really a poison Gu human? Long Fei Yi had threatened him and was still putting on an act. What else could he do? He could only cooperate. After all, they had something on him. Is there no news about the robbers? Han Yunxi had to clarify this matter first. Tang Li and Gu had used the Tang sect's secret weapon recipe and the medicine Ghost Valley as bait. The robbers should be tempted. No. Either the two of them have fallen into the hands of another group of people, or Jin Zi and Old Qing have other uses for them. Gu finally said something serious. They should have other uses. At least their lives are not in danger for the time being. Now we can only wait for news, Gu Beiyue said seriously. Han Yunxi recalled Uncle Chang's face and Deacon Jin's gloomy eyes. She thought viciously, these two had better not fall into my hands. Otherwise, I'll make them suffer a fate worse than death. He actually dared to kidnap Ning Jing, a pregnant woman, and Mu Linger, an innocent person. This was simply unforgivable. You couldn't have come to the poison sect's forbidden grounds to find the secret of the poison goo humans, right? Gu asked. Could it be that you know something? Long Fei Yi asked. I know a lot about perplexing butterfly illusion, but as for poison goo humans. Gu pretended to tremble. I'm scared too. Long Fei's disdain for him had reached its peak. He looked at him coldly with an expressionless face. Then you can scram. Gu walked to Han Yunqi's side and said with a smile, Poison lass, you've angered a poison goo person and you still dare to run around. If that bastard by Yanqing comes looking for you. As Gu spoke, he gave Long Fei Yi a disdainful glance before continuing, if that bastard by Yanqing comes looking for you, who'll be able to save you? Han Yunqi wasn't in the mood to joke with him. She said seriously, we're going to the poison sect's altar right now and see if we can open the door to the wordless steel. Are you coming? The door to the wordless steel. Gu grew suspicious. He really didn't know such a thing existed. Are you going or not? Han Yunqi urged. With Gu around, they'd be safer. For one thing, Gu was familiar with the poison sect's forbidden grounds. For another, Gu's poison skills were stronger than any of her poison guards or mercenaries. If you're going, Chi brother will naturally go as well. If anything happens, Chi brother will protect you. Gu smiled. He looked like he was joking, but everything he said was true. Perhaps Long Fei Yi was the only one who understood him. He'd already decided to follow Poison Lass from now on in case Bai Yanqing came looking for revenge. Although he couldn't kill Bai Yanqing as a fellow immortal, he could at least keep him in check. Long Fei Ye's eyes were so dark that even Han Yunqi didn't dare to meet his gaze. She didn't waste any more words and said hastily, it's getting late. Let's go. Everyone be careful. So speaking, she took Long Fei Ye's hand and led the way. Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang followed behind. Gu stood there for a while before catching up. Unlike Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang, Gu liked Han Yunqi very freely. He even dared to say it in front of Long Fei Yi. He snorted disdainfully at the sight of them holding hands, but he didn't interfere. As he walked at the very back, there was some distance between him and Han Yunqi's group. As he walked, he casually plucked a stalk of grass and held it in his mouth. His long, narrow eyes were deep, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. However, Gu Beiyue didn't get far before he stopped and waited for him to catch up. Gu didn't say a word as he walked shoulder to shoulder with Gu Beiyue. He knew that Gu Beiyue would definitely tell him about the door to the wordless steel. As expected, Gu Beiyue did. Not only did he tell Gu about what happened at the altar yesterday and the mysterious man they met, he also told Gu about what Long Fei Yi had told him this morning. Gu Beiyue trusted Gu completely. As for Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiyue thought that the Long Fei Yi hadn't really told Gu to scram because he wanted Gu to know the situation and travel with them. Gu's eyes grew complicated after he heard everything. He said, I've never seen any mysterious people appear in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, but I don't often go to the altar. He thought for a while, then said, the people who appear at the altar are most likely from the poison sect. It's very difficult for outsiders to find that place. I don't dare go there. I hope it's not Bai Yanqing. There's still no news of him, Gu Beiyue sighed. Gu didn't say anything, but he had an idea. It looked like he'd have to be extra careful once he entered the forest. Bai Yanqing was too strange. Who knew what he was thinking? As the group walked, Long Fei Yi said to Han Yunqi, I'll go ask Gu about Golden Wing Hole. Helpless, Han Yunqi was curious as well. She stopped and turned back to Gu, shouting, "Gu, come here for a second. I have something to ask you." Gu was delighted and ran over. He was about to show off to Long Fei when Long Fei spoke first. "When did Golden Wing Hall fall into your hands?" Gu finally realized that they were looking for him because of this, so he recounted how he'd gotten his hands on Golden Wing Hall from beginning to end. Han Yunxi listened attentively, but Long Fei wasn't interested at all and didn't listen at all. "If it wasn't for Golden Wing Hall, we wouldn't have been able to keep Myriad Merchant Hall in check." Han Yunxi spoke the truth. Gu smiled. "If you like it, I'll give it to you." Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him, not knowing what to say. Long Fei's next words made Gu feel extremely awkward. "When are you going to clear your debt to Kengon Private Bank?" Gu had been busy this year and hadn't paid much attention to Golden Wing Hall's medicine business, so it wasn't as profitable as before. Ever since Three-Way Black Market's gambling house was damaged, Golden Wing Hall had suffered huge losses. Although it wasn't to the extent of losing money, the flow of funds had been affected. Once the flow of funds was affected, the auction house's business was affected as well. Those in the auction house needed to stock up. This was a huge amount of capital. Before Gu returned to Three-Way Black Market, Golden Wing Hall had borrowed a sum of money from Kangon Private Bank and hadn't paid it back yet. Gu didn't answer Long Fei, obviously pretending not to hear. However, he tactfully kept his mouth shut and didn't say anything else. Long Fei had basically become his nemesis. Han Yunxi snickered inwardly. Gu, this guy, would probably fall for his cheap mouth one day. If he spoke properly, Long Fei and she would be grateful to him based on his contributions to Golden Wing Hall. Gu lowered his head, his eyes gloomy as he walked silently to the side. Long Fei gave Su Donglin a look, and Su Donglin immediately came over. "Princess, this subordinate has something to ask." "What is it?" Han Yunxi asked. This subordinate heard that there is a poison that can make a person's limbs tremble. "Is there really such a poison?" Su Donglin asked humbly. When it came to professional matters, Han Yunxi's attitude was professional. She seriously explained to Su Donglin, "There is such a poison and there are many types. It can be roughly divided into 4 types. The first is..." Han Yunxi focused on answering Su Donglin. Long Fei had already walked to Gu's side. He lowered his voice and questioned, "You dare to go back on your word with this crown prince?" Gu knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't regret it. He said in a low voice, "For Poison Lass, what's wrong with going back on my word?" He had mentioned Mute Granny because he was afraid that Poison Lass would be tricked by Long Fei. "Don't mention her," Long Fei said coldly. Gu didn't continue arguing with him. Instead, he became serious and said calmly, "Count it as me owing you a favor. I will continue to help you break through the perplexing butterfly illusion. Guard against Bai Yanqing well." This was Long Fei's request. Gu glanced at him, "No need for your nonsense. I will protect her." However, Long Fei's next words almost made Gu spit out blood. Long Fei said, "Not only her, but also this crown prince and Gu Beiyue. From now on, you and Su Donglin will be in charge of our defense." Fuck. Long Fei wanted him to be a guard. Gu stopped in his tracks. He finally realized that he had been tricked by Long Fei. How was Long Fei keeping his word? He was clearly keeping a card up his sleeve to threaten him. "You can refuse," Long Fei shrugged his shoulders, unwilling to force her. Gu wanted to bark and bite him. Han Yunxi was focused on explaining things to Su Donglin on the side, so she didn't know what was happening behind her. Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang were watching Long Fei and Gu's backs from behind. Although the two of them didn't know what they were talking about, they could tell that behind Han Yunqi's back, they were arguing in a low voice. Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang both secretly laughed. Their thoughts were the same. Only His Highness could anger Gu with a few words. Only Gu's appearance could make the taciturn His Highness speak so much. Gu didn't leave, so Long Feiyi took it as a yes. He asked in a low voice, how did he become? Although he didn't finish his sentence, Gu Qishao understood. Gu was irritated at the mention of this matter. He didn't know how to explain it. After a while, he said seriously to Long Feiyi, I really don't know if I'm a poison Gu human. Maybe I'm just a freak. Long Feiyi was slightly stunned, but he didn't show it. He still asked coldly, what's going on? Gu could only tell him the truth. Long Feiyi was very surprised. He was about to ask more, but Han Yunqi had finished talking to Su Donglin and was looking back. Chapter 972. Seeing Han Yunqi turn around, Long Feiyi and Gu didn't say anything else. Long Feiyi looked straight ahead expressionlessly, while Gu crossed his arms and chewed on a piece of straw. He turned to look at the side of the road with an expression that couldn't be more sullen. With Gu like this, anyone walking next to him would feel like they owed him a huge debt. Of course, Long Feiyi was an exception. Long Feiyi had long become Gu's creditor. Han Yunqi looked at Long Feiyi and then at Gu. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. Too lazy to pay them any attention, she walked to the back and joined Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang. Princess, His Highness, they. Gu Beiyue asked suspiciously. Their 8 characters don't match, I guess, Han Yunqi said with a chuckle. Gu Beiyue also laughed, but he soon said seriously, Princess, 7th young master is quite reliable. Indeed, apart from Mu Linger, Gu was very reliable when it came to matters of right and wrong. If he hadn't fooled Myriad Merchant Hall and saved Gu Beiyue, perhaps they would still be in the 3-way black market today. As they walked, Han Yunqi suddenly remembered the bowl of noodles from last night. She asked jokingly, how did it taste? If the shadow guard hadn't come over to tell her, Han Yunqi wouldn't have believed that Gu Beiyue would have eaten it clean. Gu Beiyue said with a straight face, it would have tasted better with more salt. Han Yunqi looked at him suspiciously. After a while, she said, Gu Beiyue, you've improved. Gu Beiyue didn't understand. You know how to flatter. Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Beiyue's answer was too good. It didn't hurt Han Yunqi's face, and it didn't seem too fake. Those who haven't seen the miserable state of the bowl of noodles will definitely think that Han Yunqi's cooking skills are not bad after hearing his words. Even Han Yunqi herself felt comfortable listening to it. She felt that she wasn't that bad after all. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but laugh. This was the first time he heard the princess mock Dr. Gu. Han Yunqi looked at Bailey Mingxiang. Bailey Mingxiang immediately lowered his head, realizing that he had been rude. Han Yunqi looked at her for a long time and finally said, Mingxiang. Here. Bailey Mingxiang looked over. Han Yunqi walked over and said with a smile, when we get back, I'll discuss cooking with you. When we get back, I'll make a few more dishes for Gu Beiyue to try. Seeing Han Yunqi smile, Bailey Mingxiang finally stopped being nervous and careful. She nodded happily and said, okay. Gu Beiyue smiled but didn't say anything. He was very happy. Han Yunqi walked at the back. Long Feiyi and Gu didn't have a chance to quarrel. Long Feiyi soon stopped and waited for Han Yunqi to walk up. The moment Han Yunqi walked to his side, he took her hand and interlocked their fingers tightly. Gu deliberately walked to Han Yunqi's side and walked side by side with them. No matter how malicious Long Fei Ye's gaze was, Gu Beiwei would always return it with a dazzling smile. If they were competing in terms of shamelessness, Long Fei Yi would still lose to Gu Beiwei. Long Fei Yi tugged Han Yunqi to the side. Gu didn't follow, but swaggered to Long Fei Ye's side. Behind them, it wasn't just Gu Beiwei and Bailey Mingxiang. Even Su Donglin and the others couldn't stop snickering. Just like that, the group of people headed for the poison sex altar with surging emotions. Once they reached the altar, everyone turned serious. Although the altar had undergone a terrifying transformation in Han Yunqi's dream, the altar before them hadn't changed at all. It looked exactly the same as it did yesterday. As soon as Gu Qishao arrived, his attention was drawn to the rare poison plants in the stained glass wall. These were the most beautiful plants he'd ever seen. The stems and leaves of these poisonous plants were transparent and shrouded in a faint layer of light. They were multicolored and dazzling, like a dream or a fantasy. So beautiful that it almost seemed unreal. Gu had never seen these poisonous plants before, so he couldn't tell if they were poisonous or not. However, based on his years of experience growing medicinal plants, he could tell that these poisonous plants had lived for a very long time. Poison lass, these poisonous plants have lived for at least 100 or 200 years, Gu said seriously. 100 or 200 years. Was the fruit recently plucked? Han Yunqi asked again. She was very professional when it came to identifying poisonous plants, but not when it came to their age. If not for the detox systems analysis, she wouldn't have been able to tell with the naked eye. This fruit should have been plucked at least 10 years ago. Gu replied as he observed. How can you tell? Long Fei Yi couldn't help but ask. Gu glanced at him. Ah. Long Fei Yi wasn't so easily provoked. He snorted, you must have seen wrongly. Gu was easily provoked by Long Fei Yi. He immediately said, I can't be wrong. The thickness of the roots, the size and color of the leaves, and the gears on the edges of the leaves. Different plants have different ways of identifying them, so I can only give a vague estimate. I can't be precise. Also, Gu wanted to continue explaining, but Long Fei Yi raised his hand and stopped him. All right, I understand. Gu was stunned. He then realized that he had fallen into Long Fei Yi's trap. His beautiful face immediately darkened, and the people around them almost laughed. Fortunately, they managed to hold it in. Long Fei Yi didn't expect Gu to figure out something that even Han Yunqi couldn't figure out. He asked seriously, where is the wolf head totem? Han Yunqi walked to the front of the wordless monument and closed her eyes. She tried to find the location of the wolf head totem in her dream. Most of the time, she couldn't remember a dream. However, Han Yunqi remembered last night's dream very clearly. She closed her eyes and everything was vivid in her mind. She quickly found the location of the wolf totem on the wordless monument. Here, the blood on the forehead is at this location. She pressed her thumb on the wordless monument. Long Fei Yi and the others looked at the empty black gold monument in disbelief. If it wasn't for Han Yunqi's dream, who would be able to find the mystery behind this empty black gold monument? Han Yunqi looked at Long Fei Yi and the others. She asked, shall I start? Everyone immediately looked at Long Fei Yi, including Gu. Long Fei Yi held Han Yunqi's other hand and nodded decisively. Han Yunqi was determined. She broke her finger and squeezed out a drop of blood. She was about to press down on the wordless monument when Long Fei Yi suddenly held her hand and pressed it down with her. Very quickly, they let go of each other. Unlike yesterday, this time, Han Yunqi's blood stayed on the wordless monument for a while before it was absorbed. Once the blood disappeared on the wordless monument, it started to tremble. Following that, the entire altar started to shake. The shaking became more and more intense, as if there was a huge earthquake. Long Fei Yi protected Han Yunxi and retreated. The others also retreated. However, their eyes were fixed on the wordless monument, afraid that they would miss something. As expected. Before long, the scene from Han Yunxi's dream appeared. The wordless monument suddenly split open in the middle. At first, it was just a long and narrow crack, but the crack quickly widened as if pulled by some invisible force. Gradually, it turned into a door. Rather than calling it a door, it would be better to call it a cave that led to an unknown world. The cave was so dark that no light could be seen. No one knew where they'd end up after this cave. Good heavens, this is the poison sect's biggest secret. Gu walked very close. Everyone was on guard, but he was the only one who didn't sense any danger. He quickly reached the entrance of the cave and turned back to look at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Are we really going in? Long Fei Yi nodded. Then what are you waiting for? I'll lead the way. Gu said as he pulled out a small luminous pearl from his sleeve. The luminous pearl gradually grew brighter in the darkness, quickly illuminating their surroundings. Let's walk in front. Gu, be careful, Han Yunxi said seriously. I'll lead the way, it's fine. Gu said as he prepared to step into the cave. Unfortunately, he couldn't get his foot in. It was as if he'd kicked something, for there was even a bang. You kicked the Xian gold monument? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Seems like it. Is it really that incredible? Gu refused to believe it and kicked at the cave. The kick almost sent him tumbling backwards. He staggered back a few steps before steadying himself. It really is the Xian gold door. Poison lass, this isn't an illusion, is it? Gu asked in shock. Princess, you should go and try, Gu Beiyue said. His words reminded everyone. Han Yunxi was the one who'd opened the door, so perhaps she was the only one who could enter. A complicated look flashed past Long Fei Yi's eyes. He went forward and tried it himself. The result was the same as Gu's. Han Yunxi went forward and was about to try when Long Fei Yi grabbed her hand. Under the gazes of the crowd, Han Yunxi carefully took a step forward. This step actually made it inside. Moreover, the moment Han Yunxi stepped in, the cave exploded with a strong light. Following that was an invisible but strong suction force. It was as if it wanted to suck Han Yunxi in. Long Fei Yi was already on guard. Otherwise, Han Yunxi would have been dragged in by that force. However, Long Fei Yi's strength was soon unable to contend against the power of the cave. In the end, he gave up resisting and reached over with his other hand to hold Han Yunxi tight. As soon as Long Fei Yi gave up resisting, he and Han Yunxi were instantly sucked in. Catch them. Gu suddenly shouted and rushed over to grab Long Fei Yi's leg. Gu Beiyue immediately grabbed Gu's hand and flew into the cave with them. Bailey Mingxiang, Su Donglin, and the others were stunned. Then, they heard Gu Beiyue shout, Su Donglin, Miss Mingxiang, come here. Su Donglin was waiting for this. He grabbed Bailey Mingxiang and pulled Gu Beiyue's sleeve just as Gu Beiyue was about to enter the cave. After everyone had entered, the black hole gradually shrunk and disappeared in a short while. The Xian gold door returned to its original appearance, as if nothing had happened. The surrounding shadow guard and poison guards looked at each other in disbelief. They could only stand guard and wait for Han Yunxi and the rest to return. Han Yunxi and the rest. Where did they go? Chapter 973. Falling in the darkness was like falling into a bottomless abyss, and it would never stop. Their surroundings were too dark. Han Yunxi opened her eyes wide, but she still couldn't see anything. This feeling was like being blind. Only by hugging Long Fei tightly did the uneasiness in her heart fade away. No matter where they were, in life or in death, at least he would be by her side. At least he had never let go of her hand. Han Yunxi didn't know that Gu and the rest had followed Long Fei in by his feet. She also didn't know that there was no one under Long Fei's feet. Gu and the rest were long gone. The wind whistled past their ears, causing their hair and robes to flutter in the wind. Han Yunxi wanted to talk to Long Fei, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her voice was drowned out by the wind. In the end, she gave up. She leaned into Long Fei's embrace, thinking that since they were already here, she might as well take things as they came. She didn't want to think about anything else and just quietly hugged him. However, she didn't know why, but she kept feeling that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. This feeling was wrong. Only women had this kind of thing. It was like a sixth sense that couldn't be explained clearly. After some time, Han Yunxi and Long Fei finally saw light under their feet. They finally landed in a stone room. The stone room was sealed on all sides, and there was a stone door that was tightly shut. Han Yunxi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that she would see the world 3,000 years ago. She turned back and smiled at Long Fei. "This place isn't bad, right?" Long Fei replied with a faint smile, "Yeah." Han Yunxi glanced at him, turned around, and asked seriously, "Long Fei, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Long Fei seemed to pull himself together and smiled dotingly. "I'm fine." The stone chamber was empty except for the two of them. Han Yunxi looked around and asked suspiciously, "Gu and the rest didn't come in, right?" "I don't think so," Long Fei said as he looked around and pulled Han Yunxi towards the stone door. He pushed the stone door, but it didn't budge. Could the mechanism to open the door be nearby? Han Yunxi started to search around the stone door. Long Fei followed her. It wasn't clear what Long Fei touched, but the stone door abruptly moved and slowly opened. "Shall we go out and take a look?" Long Fei said. Han Yunxi nodded. Long Fei went out first, leaving Han Yunxi at the door. She was stunned for a moment but quickly followed him. Outside the stone gate, there was actually a tall palace. In the palace, there was a standing statue of a god with a wolf head and a human body. The wolf head was exactly the same as the one on the wordless monument. The statue was at least 10 stories tall, imposing and mighty. Apart from this standing statue, there was nothing else in the huge palace. There were only 4 walls all around, and the walls were bare. It didn't look like a normal palace that had totemic characters carved on it. "What kind of monster is this?" Han Yunxi opened her mouth and her voice echoed from all directions. She couldn't help but feel her hair stand on end. She thought to herself that if the little thing became like this, she wouldn't be able to take it. "There's no door here," Long Fei said. Han Yunxi's attention shifted away from the statue and she also noticed this problem. "Let's see if there's a mechanism," Han Yunxi said. She had an indescribable feeling that everything was very strange and unreal. They looked around but didn't find any mechanism. Long Fei raised his head to look at the statue and said seriously, "Could it be the statue?" Han Yunxi looked at the statue and didn't move for a long time. Long Fei suddenly flew up to the statue and landed on the statue's shoulder. He started to search the statue. Han Yunxi raised her head to look at him and a complicated look flashed past her eyes. With her current light body technique, she could fly up but she didn't move. She just looked. Long Fei looked at her. "Are you coming up?" Han Yunxi wanted to answer but who knew that the statue suddenly broke into pieces. Long Fei immediately flew up into the sky and Han Yunxi hurriedly retreated. Who knew that the broken statue suddenly turned into a ball of blazing fire and shot up into the sky? It turned into a fire dragon and attacked Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't seem to expect this and couldn't dodge in time. He was hit by the fire dragon. As soon as the fire dragon hit Long Fei Yi, it immediately set his body on fire. Soon enough, Long Fei Yi's entire body fell to the ground. The raging flames surrounded him and burned his body. He knelt on one knee and reached out a hand to Han Yunxi. Save me. Yunxi, save me. Han Yunxi stared blankly, but didn't move. How was she supposed to save Long Fei Yi? There was nothing in this sealed stone room. Even if she wanted to, she didn't have the strength. Moreover, even if she had the strength, she might not save him. She simply watched as Long Fei was burned by the flames, completely unmoved. Yunxi, come here. Yunxi, Han Yunxi, save me, Yunxi, come here. I can't take it anymore. Come here, let me see you one last time. Han Yunxi didn't dare to meet Long Fei Yi's eyes. Instead of moving forward, she backed away. Long Fei Yi grew angry and demanded, Han Yunxi, is this how you treat this crown prince? You said you'd never leave me. Han Yunxi, I thought you and I couldn't be born at the same time, but we'd definitely die at the same time. Ha ha ha, looks like I was too stupid. Long Fei Yi threw back his head and laughed as he spoke. His figure looked especially miserable and wretched in the flames. But Han Yunxi remained unmoved. Her expression was even cold-blooded. Faced with Long Fei Yi's questions and accusations, she didn't say a word. She only backed away. Suddenly, Long Fei Yi roared, Han Yunxi, I, Long Fei Yi, swear that I'll never love you again. Finally, Han Yunxi couldn't take it anymore. She shouted back, you're not Long Fei Yi. You're not. You don't have the right to swear on his name. She'd felt that something was off even before they'd landed in this mysterious palace. Now that they'd landed, her suspicions grew. Because Long Fei Yi had let go of her hand. How could Long Fei Yi let go of her hand in a place like this? Moreover, they were in the secret room. After the stone door opened, Long Fei Yi had walked out first and left her behind. She'd even followed him in. Although Long Fei Yi had held her hand as well, the feeling was completely different. The first time they'd gone to the poisonous herb depot, he'd held her hand and interlocked their fingers. After that, every time he held her hand, he'd unconsciously interlocked his fingers with hers. But this Long Fei Yi in front of her didn't. Even after they'd landed, he didn't even ask her if she was feeling unwell. Actually, a woman's sixth sense didn't exist in this world. The so-called sixth sense was actually a woman's memory of details. Once the memory became a habit, the habit would be branded into the subconscious. Once there was a discrepancy between the details and the habit, the woman would start to feel that something was wrong. But she couldn't tell what it was. And when this feeling grew stronger, the woman would start to look for the abnormality in the details. Han Yunxi was very sure that although the man in front of her looked exactly like Long Fei Yi, he was definitely not Long Fei Yi. How could Long Fei Yi send her to her death? How could it be? You're not him. Han Yunxi shouted. She didn't even look at the raging inferno and the fake Long Fei Yi. She was afraid that if she looked at it for too long, she wouldn't be able to bear it. In the end, that appearance was too similar to him. She looked at the sealed walls around her and shouted, Long Fei Yi, where are you? Long Fei Yi. How can you let go of my hand? Where are you? As soon as she said this, a miraculous thing happened. The raging inferno behind Han Yunxi, including the fake Long Fei Yi, suddenly disappeared. Unable to feel the temperature, Han Yunxi turned her head abruptly and found that a stone door had appeared on the wall where the statue was originally standing. The palace also disappeared, and the surroundings looked like an ordinary stone room. An illusion. Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Other than an illusion, what else would suddenly disappear? She should have entered an illusion, which was why she saw an illusion. Then what about Long Fei Yi? Where was Long Fei Yi at this moment? Would Long Fei Yi also experience such an illusion? Would Long Fei Yi recognize that all of this was fake? Han Yunxi couldn't care so much. She shook her head to keep herself awake. If she was really in an illusion, then it was most important to stay awake. Because it was both real and fake, she didn't know what would happen or who she would meet. It was more appropriate for her to quickly find someone. She quickly touched the mechanism beside the stone door. However, when the stone door slowly turned and opened, she was stunned. She saw Long Fei Yi standing outside the door. Han Yunxi was stunned. She didn't move or make a sound for a long time. She couldn't be sure if this Long Fei Yi was real or fake. The Long Fei Yi in the illusion just now was clearly trying to kill her. That was an illusion that could take a person's life. It was an illusion that made use of emotions to kill people. And Long Fei Yi outside the door also seemed to be a little surprised. He didn't move and didn't make a sound. The two of them just stood like this, one inside the door and one outside the door. They looked at each other and stood for a long time. Han Yunxi hesitated for a long time. Just as she was about to test him, who knew that Long Fei Yi would suddenly walk over. Han Yunxi subconsciously retreated. Long Fei Yi forced himself to stop in front of her. The two of them were so close that they were almost touching each other. Han Yunxi still wanted to retreat, but Long Fei Yi suddenly reached out his hand and rubbed her bangs. Han Yunxi was shocked. She looked at him in disbelief. Her heart suddenly jumped wildly. Could it be that this person in front of her was really Long Fei Yi? She hurriedly took his hand and interlocked her fingers with his. And the moment she grasped Long Fei Yi's hand, Long Fei Yi immediately tightened his grip and pulled her into his embrace without a word. This domineering aura was so familiar. This embrace was so familiar. Han Yunxi couldn't help but hug him tightly. Long Fei Yi, it's you. It's really you. Long Fei Yi hugged her for a long time. He let out a long breath before saying, Han Yunxi, I'm scared. He had just encountered an illusion. In the illusion, Han Yunxi was swallowed by a fire transformed from a wolf-headed idol. She was crying and begging him in the raging fire, asking him to save her. But he couldn't do it. The moment he checked in her hand, he felt that something was wrong. Now, this woman was the real Han Yunxi. After he saw through the illusion, he searched for her like a madman. He barged through countless stone chambers and finally arrived here. Chapter 974. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi hugged each other tightly. It would be a lie to say that they weren't afraid when they saw each other's illusion being burned by the fire. Han Yunxi told Long Fei Yi about her experience, and Long Fei Yi also told Han Yunxi about his experience. The illusion they encountered was actually the same. It had to be said that this illusion was very cruel. In this world, there was nothing more cruel than watching the person you loved being burned alive. Is this illusion testing us? Han Yunxi asked suspiciously. Testing what? Long Fei Yi was also pondering. This illusion was indeed like a test. He didn't know if he would die or receive other punishments if he really jumped into the fire to save the fake Han Yunxi. I don't understand. Han Yunxi didn't want to recall this cruel thing. She asked seriously, what about Gu and the rest? Did they follow us in? The fake Long Fei Yi told her that Gu and the rest didn't come in. She didn't know whether it was true or not, so it was better to confirm it. Others don't know. Gu Qishao should have. He grabbed my leg. Then I don't know how he disappeared. Long Fei Yi said. Their fall had been so strong that their hair and robes fluttered in the wind. He couldn't remember when Gu Qishao had let go of his leg either. Strange. Han Yunxi was very suspicious. Long Fei Yi, when did you let go of me? Long Fei Yi immediately shook his head. Absolutely not. He could ignore Gu, but he must have protected Han Yunxi well. He had been holding her hand tightly all this time. Strange, I didn't let go of you either. Han Yunxi was more and more confused. At this time, they didn't have time to think about this problem. It was good that both of them were safe. They had to figure out where they were and where Gu was. Also, how were they supposed to leave this godforsaken place? Hurry up and find Gu. Han Yunxi said seriously. There was only one secret room behind her, and there was nothing else to look for. Thus, Long Fei Yi brought her back the way they came. They passed through several stone rooms and finally arrived at a palace. There were stone doors on all four sides of the palace. Long Fei Yi took the east gate. Take a look at the west gate, Han Yunxi said. The fastest way was to split up and search, but she didn't dare to let go of Long Fei Yi's hand. Long Fei Yi wouldn't let go of her hand either. Just as the two of them were about to open the western stone door, the southern and northern stone doors opened at the same time. Gu Beiyue walked out from the southern stone door, while Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang walked out from the western stone door. This, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi simultaneously became alert. Gu Beiyue and the other two also came in. Were the three people in front of them real or fake? When Gu Beiyue and the other two saw Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi, they were overjoyed. Princess, Your Highness, are you all right? Gu Beiyue strode over. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin also hurried over. Bailey Mingxiang didn't say anything, but the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Su Donglin was extremely excited. Your Highness, Princess, we finally found you. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi didn't say anything. Gu Beiyue and the other two quickly realized that something was wrong. The three of them looked at each other in confusion. Princess, Your Highness, are you all right? Gu Beiyue asked tentatively. Both Han Yunxi and Long Fei were trying to figure out how to tell if the three were real or fake. It seemed a little difficult. Who knew that at this moment, a miserable cry suddenly rang out. Poison lass, Gu. Han Yunxi was shocked. She immediately recognized the voice. It's seventh young master. Gu Beiyue became anxious. The voice seems to be coming from the west, let's go. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunxi and strode over. For the time being, they didn't care whether Gu Beiyue and the other two were real or fake. They opened the stone door to the west and walked in. To their surprise, they found a towering palace inside. The palace was empty and there was nothing inside. Only Gu was sitting alone on the ground, crying loudly. His hands seemed to be hugging something, and his actions were as strange as they could be. Seeing this, everyone felt their hairs stand on end. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi glanced at each other. They couldn't tell if this was an illusion or reality. Gu seems to be hugging someone, Su Donglin muttered. Indeed, Gu Qishao's actions made it seem like he was holding someone in his arms. Was he possessed? No one dared to make a sound. Just as they were about to walk closer to take a look, Gu suddenly cried even louder. Poison lass, wake up, will you? I'm begging you. Poison lass, no matter what you've done to me, I've never blamed or resented you, but, if you don't wake up this time, Chi brother will never forgive you for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life. Gu's tears really kept falling. He cried heartbreakingly, hoarsely and soundlessly. When everyone heard this, they were all stunned. Han Yunxi was at a loss. What's wrong with this guy? He's crying over me like I've done all sorts of wrong things to him. It's like I've died. Soon enough, everyone slowly turned to look at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi's face was so cold that it could freeze all of Cloud Realm continent. Especially when Gu shouted, "Poison lass, don't die, will you?" Long Fei Yi's last shred of reason crumbled as he roared, "Gu!" His roar echoed throughout the palace, echoing for a long time without stopping. Gu Qishao, who had been crying his heart out, suddenly gave a start before his cries stopped abruptly. He looked at his hands and seemed frightened as he shot to his feet and backed away a few steps. He stared blankly at the floor, his face filled with fear. "Gu, what are you doing?" Long Fei Yi roared again. Gu finally looked back, only to see Han Yunxi standing perfectly fine by Long Fei Yi's side. He rushed over and pulled Han Yunxi into a tight embrace. His speed was godlike. Even Long Fei Yi couldn't stop him in time. "Poison lass, you. Gu hugged her so tightly that he couldn't speak. "Let go. Let go." Han Yunxi struggled, not because she was afraid of Long Fei Yi's anger, but because, if Gu didn't let go, she'd suffocate to death. Very soon, Long Fei Yi grabbed Gu's hands and yanked them away without a word. This force didn't break Gu's bones, so it could only be said that Gu was lucky. Gu seemed to have completely regained his senses as he looked at Long Fei Yi in a daze. Long Fei Yi didn't care what had happened to him as he shook violently and sent him flying. Gu crashed heavily against the stone wall and bounced back before he hit the ground and fell flat on his face. Han Yunxi took deep breaths, not knowing why Gu was crying for her. But she had almost been strangled to death. Gu Qishao raised his head, 2 streams of breath trickling down his nose to mix with the tears on his face. His devastatingly beautiful face was now a blur. But when he saw Han Yunxi standing there perfectly fine, he suddenly smiled. The smile that bloomed amidst the blood and tears was so pure and bright. He even forgot to quarrel with Long Fei Yi and muttered to himself, "Poison lass, it's so good to see you." Long Fei Yi was about to speak when Gu Beiyue beat him to it. "Seventh young master, what happened to you just now?" Gu glanced at the original spot and hurriedly stood up, wiping his face with his large hands to sober himself up. He recounted what had just happened. He had pulled Gu Beiyue in, but for some reason, he had suddenly fallen here alone. There was a tall statue of a god with a wolf head and a human body. Poison Lass was kneeling in front of it in worship. He had even chatted with Poison Lass about something, but later on, the statue suddenly turned into a fire dragon and swallowed Poison Lass whole. He threw himself into the sea of flames to save her. But the moment he jumped into the raging flames, the flames were immediately extinguished, but Poison Lass had also stopped breathing. He had been hugging Poison Lass and crying for a long time. And just now, when Long Fei Yi had shouted at him, Poison Lass had immediately disappeared from his embrace. Only then did he realize that everything was fake. As Gu Qishao spoke, he kept his eyes on Han Yunxi, afraid that she'd suddenly disappear. He was afraid that everything before him was nothing more than a beautiful dream he'd had because of his grief, so he could comfort himself. After hearing this, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi looked at each other at the same time, feeling a lingering fear. So this was the consequence of jumping into the fire to save her. If they hadn't found this place, would Gu have always thought that Han Yunxi was dead? Han Yunshi couldn't imagine what would have happened if she had mistakenly thought that Long Fei was dead. Perhaps she would have been 100 times more heartbroken than Gu. Perhaps she wouldn't have lived. Long Fei wasn't as angry as before. He looked at Gu with a particularly deep gaze. Everyone needed time to digest what Gu had said. Although Han Yunshi and Long Fei had experienced it firsthand, they couldn't help but reflect on Gu Qishao's bitter tears and his true feelings. What exactly was this illusion testing? Why was Gu immersed in the illusion and unable to wake up when he had thrown himself into the sea of flames to save her? And the two of them had hardened their hearts to not save her and had instead succeeded in shattering the illusion. Gu Beiyue broke the silence. Seventh young master, it was an illusion just now, wasn't it? Upon hearing this, Han Yunshi and Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that this Gu was real and what they had seen wasn't an illusion. Why was Gu the only one who encountered it? Su Donglin couldn't help but ask. You didn't encounter it either? Han Yunshi asked hurriedly. Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang shook their heads. Han Yunshi was even more certain about this. It seemed that the Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang in front of her were also real. Gu asked suspiciously, why, Poison Girl? You encountered it too. What kind of illusions did you encounter? Since everyone was here, there was nothing to hide. Long Fei immediately told them about the illusion that she and Han Yunshi had encountered. However, after they finished speaking, everyone fell silent and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. What's wrong? Chapter 975. The atmosphere grew awkward, for no other reason than the fact that Han Yunshi and her husband had encountered the same illusion as Gu Qishao. This illusion was like a test of love, whether to choose a lover or to live an ignoble life. Long Fei and Han Yunshi were actually so cold-blooded and indifferent as they watched the person in their heart being burned by fire. On the other hand, Gu, the joking and frivolous fellow, threw himself into the sea of fire to save her at all costs. Could the love between Long Fei and Han Yunshi withstand this test? Did they love each other more, or did they love themselves more? Suddenly, Gu said to Han Yunshi, Poison lass, even if it happens again, Chi brother will still save you. Gu Qishao's words were obviously mocking Long Fei, everyone could tell. Han Yunshi was about to speak when Long Fei snorted. Idiot! You can't even tell the difference between real and fake. What right do you have to save her? You're still quibbling. Gu was also angry. You're so stupid. Long Fei said coldly. When he saw Gu crying just now, he really wanted to rush over and slap Gu awake. Seeing that the two were about to quarrel, Gu Beiyue hurriedly interrupted. Although Gu had saved him, Gu Beiyue was still impartial. He said, Seventh young master, you didn't pass the test, so you're wrong. Saving people is wrong too. Gu retorted angrily. Gu Beiyue, can you stay calm when you're watching Poison lass being burned by fire? Can you tell the difference between real and fake? Can you leave without saving her and leave with a brick? Seventh young master, you didn't walk out of the illusion. But they all walked out, didn't they? Gu Beiyue retorted. This was the truth. Gu didn't know when he would have walked out of the illusion if Long Fei hadn't shouted at him. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to walk out of it for the rest of his life. Gu had nothing to say. He wiped away the blood and tears at the corner of his mouth and spat, to hell with the test. What the hell? You chatted with that Poison lass for so long, but you didn't realize she was fake. Long Fei's casual words had a deeper meaning. Gu had a chance to tell the difference, but unfortunately, he couldn't. At the critical moment, sacrificing one's life to save another was a kind of true love. However, this illusion was testing their familiarity with each other. It was testing whether they were familiar enough with each other, whether they understood each other, and whether they could distinguish between reality and illusion in a short time. Love was blind, but this illusion test was a test of rationality. How interesting. If they didn't even understand each other, how could they talk about love? Han Yunxi fell silent. She was also thinking about this problem. Gu Qishao was a quick-witted man, so he understood Long Fei's sarcasm. He glanced at Han Yunxi and saw that Han Yunxi was also looking at him. He immediately averted his gaze. He complained coldly in his heart, "Do I have a chance to understand?" He didn't know if he didn't want to quarrel with Long Fei Yi or if he didn't want to make things difficult for Poison Lass, but he kept his complaints to himself. Seeing that the atmosphere had improved, Su Donglin quickly changed the topic. "That's strange. Why are you the only ones who entered the illusion? The three of us didn't." Han Yunxi and the others had only met their sweethearts in the illusion. Could it be that Gu Beiyue and the others didn't have sweethearts in mind? How strange. Han Yunxi looked around. What the hell is this place? Everyone tacitly avoided the topic of the illusion. Long Fei said, "We still haven't seen anything related to the poison sect. Let's keep looking." They'd already passed through the stone doors in the north, south, and east, but they'd all led to dead ends. Now, the only one left was Gu's western door. Han Yunxi and the others also found a stone door in Gu's palace. However, when the stone door was opened, something unexpected happened. Beyond the door was an ocean. In the blink of an eye, everything around him changed. There were no more stone walls, stone rooms, or palaces. All the walls had turned into mirrors that clearly reflected their figures. It was as if they were standing in a maze of mirrors. They couldn't tell who was who and who was who, which was the real path and which was the middle of the mirror. Long Fei Yi was very surprised, but he wasn't afraid or flustered. He gripped Han Yunxi's hand tightly and reached out to Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue naturally took his hand, not surprised at all. He also reached out to Gu. Gu didn't mind shaking hands with Gu Beiyue. He arched a brow at Long Fei Yi and didn't waste any words. Instead, he grabbed Gu Beiyue's cold hand. Seeing this, Su Donglin took Gu Qishao's hand as well. Gu Qishao didn't mind and didn't say a word. Although they'd never seen the mirror maze before, they'd all heard of it. It was easier to get lost in the mirror maze than in the other half of the maze. Moreover, if an illusion had appeared before, it could appear again now. In this way, it was possible to get lost in the mirror maze. Therefore, before they got separated and lost, the best way was to move together. Even if they got lost, they should get lost together. If they got lost, at least someone would remind them. Han Yunxi was happy. Long Fei Yi was holding her hand, Gu Beiyue and Gu were also holding hands with them. Only Bailey Mingxiang was left standing alone at the side. If it wasn't for Gu Beiyue's words, Su Donglin wouldn't have dared to bring her in. Gu Beiyue asked her to come in because he was worried that Bai Yanqing would suddenly appear when they weren't around. It would be disadvantageous to her. Su Donglin soon realized that Bailey Mingxiang was alone. He pulled his sleeve and was about to let Bailey Mingxiang grab it when Han Yunxi reached out to Han Yunxi. "Mingxiang, come here." Bailey Mingxiang looked over. Her eyes were sore. "Thank you, princess." She was a little timid and carefully reached out her hand. Han Yunxi grabbed her hand and held it tightly. "Hold it properly. Don't get lost." "Your Highness, could it be that we've been in an illusion all this time?" Gu Beiyue asked suspiciously. They weren't in a hurry to find the exit. They had to at least figure out the situation. It should be. Long Fei Yi agreed. If they weren't in an illusion, how could there be such a strange place with so many changes? Could it be that they were hallucinating because of the poison? This thought flashed through Han Yunqi's mind. She couldn't be sure and couldn't speculate too much. If it was a hallucination caused by the poison, then the people she saw weren't real. Even she wasn't real. Everything was just her hallucination. It was like a dream. If it was really a hallucination, when did it start? Did it start when they approached the altar or when they opened the door to the wordless monument? Where were their real bodies now? How were they supposed to wake up? There's an illusion within an illusion. Multiple illusions. Gu asked suspiciously. If they were still in an illusion, then wouldn't that illusion where the divine statue had turned into a raging inferno be an illusion within an illusion? Then won't we have to break through layer by layer? Su Donglin couldn't help exclaiming. Breaking through one layer of illusions was already difficult enough, but they still had to break through multiple layers. Who knew how many more illusions awaited them? Would it get harder and harder? Would they return to the real world after breaking through the illusions? Or would they end up in some mysterious place? They still hadn't seen anything related to the poison sect. Would this trip be in vain? It couldn't be that he was trapped here and couldn't get out, right? Everyone was a little lost. They couldn't figure out what was going on. It had to be said that this was the most fatal problem. How could they win without knowing who their enemy was? They were currently deep in the mirror tunnel, and there was only one path forward. Long Fei Yi was the calmest of them all. Let's go ahead and take a look first. Everyone held hands. Bailey Mingxiang led Han Yunqi to the front, so she led the way. She walked cautiously, afraid that something might go wrong. But despite her caution, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. Just like that, they walked hand in hand for a while. Soon, they had no choice but to stop. There was a three-way fork in the road ahead, each leading in different directions. It was time to make a choice. This was something they were bound to encounter in the maze. Let's vote. Gu Beiyue said. Vote once every month. Give us a reason. We'll go to whichever door we get the most votes for. There's no reason to choose. It's just intuition, Han Yunqi said helplessly. Front, back, left, right, above their heads, and below their feet were all mirrors. These three forks in the road reflected countless other paths in the mirror, making it easy to mistake them. Every path was the same. How were they supposed to choose? There was no sixth sense to make a choice in this unfamiliar environment. They could tell that the three forks in front of them were real and the ones reflected in the mirrors were fake. Their minds were already very clear. Let's try it out one by one. We'll leave a mark on the path we've taken, Gu Beiyue said. How do we leave a mark? Su Donglin couldn't help but ask. There was nothing here. It was all flat and smooth mirrors. His words reminded Long Fei Yi. He turned back to look at everyone and said, no need to walk. Break these mirrors. Of course, they couldn't break all the mirrors around them. If they broke all of them, they would be the ones injured. Long Fei Yi stepped on the mirror under his feet. His meaning was obvious. Long Fei Yi didn't need to explain. His gaze was enough for everyone to understand what to do. Everyone gripped each other's hands tightly. At Long Fei's command, all of them stomped viciously on the mirrors beneath their feet. At the same time, they rose into the air with the same rhythm, their legs straddling the mirrors on either side of the tunnel until they were suspended in midair. The cracks on the mirrors below quickly spread like ice breaking. They cracked 1,000 miles and spread rapidly in all directions. Soon, you will see the water under the broken mirror. Heavens, it was all water. It was very, very deep. Thinking back to the vast ocean they saw behind the stone door, everyone was shocked. Could this mirror maze be in the middle of the ocean? At this moment, the water under their feet suddenly began to rise. The bottom of the mirror maze was breaking, and the water kept rising. There was a limit to the height of the mirror maze. If this continued, they would be forced to the bottom by the water and drown. He only had one choice, and that was to find the exit of the maze as soon as possible before the water rose above their heads. Quickly find the exit, Han Yunxi said seriously. However, Chapter 976. Just as everyone was anxiously looking for the exit of the maze, Bailey Mingxiang, who had been silent for a long time, timidly opened her mouth. She said, "Your Highness, Princess, I'm not afraid of water." Once she said this, everyone immediately looked over. Although Bailey Mingxiang's voice was very soft and even timid, her words shocked everyone. That's right. Bailey Mingxiang wasn't afraid of water. She was a mermaid. With her around, no matter how big the water was, it wouldn't be a big problem for them. Gu asked in confusion, "Bailey Mingxiang, why didn't you say so earlier that you have such great abilities? What are you afraid of?" Gu didn't know Bailey Mingxiang at all. If Bailey Mingxiang hadn't said something that could save their lives, perhaps Gu wouldn't even look at her. Indeed, Bailey Mingxiang could save everyone. But why was she so timid? She should have said it openly and proudly, shouldn't she? Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi looked at each other. She smiled bitterly. Bailey Mingxiang was right beside her. How could she have forgotten about this girl? Gu Beiyue had spent the most time with the three of them, so he knew Bailey Mingxiang much better than Gu. In addition to Su Donglin's previous words, he could more or less see some clues. It's great that Miss Mingxiang is here. Miss Mingxiang, our lives are all in your hands, Gu Beiyue said seriously. He was entrusting her with an important task and also giving Bailey Mingxiang confidence. She was the daughter of the first wife of the mermaid clan. She definitely had the ability to protect people underwater, and she would far surpass those mermaid soldiers. After hearing Gu and Gu Beiyue's words, Bailey Mingxiang was much more confident. She looked at Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi and said seriously, "Your Highness, Princess, Mingxiang will definitely not disappoint you. Please believe in Mingxiang." Han Yunxi not only nodded, but also patted her shoulder. Han Yunxi had seen the abilities of mermaids underwater, so she believed in Bailey Mingxiang. Although Long Feiyi was expressionless, he also nodded. He had indeed made a mistake and forgot about Bailey Mingxiang. "Princess, let go of me first. There's still some time. Mingxiang will go into the water first to see what's going on," Bailey Mingxiang said. Han Yunxi, Bailey Mingxiang, and Bailey Mingxiang's mermaids, Bailey Mingxiang, and Bailey Mingxiang. For Bailey Mingxiang, Bailey Mingxiang, and Bailey Mingxiang's for Bailey Mingxiang for maids. For Mingxiang, for Bailey. Is she really a fish? Gu Qishao asked doubtfully. Han Yunxi could not help but chuckle. Mermaids and fish were very different. Of course, Bailey Mingxiang only adapted to the water for a while. Soon, she was no longer so relaxed and slow. Instead, she quickly dove down and disappeared from everyone's sight. Gu immediately let go of Gu Beiyue's hand, jumped into the water, and chased after her. Soon, he emerged from the water again. The water is very deep. I can't see the bottom. Bailey Mingxiang is gone. Gu did not hide the suspicion in his heart. She's just looking around. Why did she run so far? Gu Qishao couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong with Bailey Mingxiang's timidity just then. He just couldn't understand why she was so awkward when she could save people. Therefore, he was not very relieved. After all, they were in a very dangerous situation. There was no time to maneuver or retreat. She has her reasons, Gu Beiyue answered. Miss Mingxiang is reliable. Don't worry. Naturally, he could hear Gu Qishao's suspicions, but he didn't suspect Bailey Mingxiang at all. Firstly, he had worked with Bailey Mingxiang for a long time and knew Bailey Mingxiang's character. Secondly, the mermaid clan would not dare to betray Long Fei Yi, especially Bailey Mingxiang. She had never betrayed Han Yunxi, let alone betray Long Fei Yi. Seeing that Gu Beiyue was so sure, Gu looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Seeing that they were very calm and did not say anything, he could not be bothered to say anything. Since all three of them believed in him, there shouldn't be any problems. At this moment, the water had already covered half of the mirror wall. There was not much space left for them to leave. In a few moments the water was over their legs. Han Yunxi and the others simply jumped into the water. Like Gu, they floated on the water and stuck their heads out. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunxi over and let Han Yunxi borrow his strength to float to the surface. Han Yunxi firmly refused. It's okay. I can hold on. To float on the water like this, her feet had to keep paddling. It was very difficult. She did not want to add to Long Fei Yi's burden. Everyone waited, but who knew that after waiting for a long time, the distance between the water and the top of the mirror maze was only a head. If they waited any longer, the water would drown their heads. However, Bailey Mingxiang had not arrived yet. Long Fei Yi, is that subordinate of yours reliable? Gu had never been so patient. He finally directly questioned Long Fei Yi. If they had not listened to Bailey Mingxiang earlier, they might have been able to find the exit. But now, the entire mirror maze was about to be flooded. Bailey Mingxiang had not returned yet. What the hell did she do? Since she was a mermaid, she should be able to sense how high the water level was rising. She should know that their situation was getting more and more dangerous. She should have come back long ago. Although they were not completely submerged, it was already too late for them to find the exit. They were basically waiting for death here. The water continued to rise, and the speed did not slow down at all. They were really about to be submerged. Long Fei Yi took out the tear of holding. This thing was like a teardrop. It was a token to summon mermaids. Who knew that the tear of holding actually failed? Although they were in an illusion, Bailey Mingxiang was also in an illusion. It was impossible for her not to hear Long Fei Yi's summons. Something happened to her. Long Fei Yi exclaimed. Bailey Mingxiang was now everyone's last hope. If something happened to her, everyone was finished. Gu made a prompt decision to sink into the water again. Su Donglin followed closely behind. Gu Beiyue also wanted to go down, but unfortunately, his body was not big. Soaking in the water for too long would damage his vitality. Moreover, he had to hold his breath. He could only watch and wait. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi did not go down either. Both of them looked at Gu Beiyue with a complicated expression. Bailey Mingxiang was a mermaid. Once she entered the water, she was like a fish in water. Unless she was too tired or met with a strong impact, she would basically be fine. Back then, when the Sand River flooded, many mermaid soldiers died at the bottom of the Sand River. Firstly, they were too tired. Secondly, they were crushed to death by the huge rocks that fell from the mountain torrent. This body of water was still calm and peaceful. What kind of impact could there be? Very quickly, Gu and Su Donglin floated up. At this moment, they had no choice but to hold their heads against the top of the mirror maze. The water was already at their chins. It was impossible to say that they were not anxious. Whether it was Long Fei-yi, Han Yunxi, or Gu Beiyue, their expressions were not good. It's very deep down. We can't reach the bottom. We swam to the left and right respectively, but we can't see the end. The mirror maze is too big. Even if we use turtle breathing technique, we can't hold on. Gu said loudly. Based on what he and Su Donglin had found out, it was very likely that they were trapped in the ocean by the mirror maze. Just as they were speaking, the water had already reached their mouths. Everyone had to raise their heads to speak and not drink water. Bailey Mingxiang had wasted everyone's time to find a way out. After listening to Gu's analysis, Long Fei-yi and Han Yunxi did not say anything. Gu Beiyue's eyes were also filled with complex emotions. Water waited for no one. Gu did not have the patience to wait for anyone. He finally got angry. Long Fei-yi, is Bailey Mingxiang playing with us? It's so calm and peaceful. What could happen to her? Don't tell me that your mermaid soldiers are so weak. Gu spat out a mouthful of water as soon as he finished speaking. The water had already reached their mouths and half of their heads. There was no way out. Break the mirror wall above. Long Fei-yi said coldly. It was not a discussion but an order. He had been waiting for Bailey Mingxiang to appear. He did not believe in Bailey Mingxiang. He believed in the mermaid race. However, at this moment, he could only give up. It was very risky to break the mirror wall above them. Otherwise, he would have asked everyone to break it. What if there was also water above the mirror? What they saw outside the stone door was water that covered the sky and earth. This mirror maze was most likely floating in the middle of the ocean. If that was the case, they would not even have time to struggle. They would be drowned directly. Now, there was no other way. Long Fei-yi could only take a gamble. Actually, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue had already thought of this way out. When Bailey Mingxiang was not their only hope, the mirror wall above them became their last hope. Smash it! Han Yunxi made a prompt decision. Gu Qishao was too lazy to speak. He punched at the mirror above his head and immediately dodged out of the way. Before Han Yunxi and the rest could hit it, water gushed in crazily from the hole that Gu had created. At the same time, the top of the mirror wall began to crack. It looked like it was about to collapse. It was over. Long Fei-yi held Han Yunxi's hand tightly. The two of them held their breaths. The moment the water flooded them, they both sank into the water. Su Donglin protected Gu Beiyue and also sank into the water. Gu did not move. He held his breath and let the water flood him with a gloomy face. When the water flooded, the entire ceiling of the mirror maze collapsed. Once the ceiling collapsed, all the mirror walls collapsed as well, silently breaking apart in the water and scattering everywhere. Countless mirror fragments floated in the water like snowflakes flying in the sky. It was very beautiful. However, all of this was very cruel to Han Yunxi and the rest. They floated in the vast water. They could not see the top or the shore. They could not see anything. There was only water in all directions. This seemed to be a world of water. There was no shore. However, they were not fish. They were not mermaids. They could not live in the water for a long time. They would die. Time would kill them. Long Fei-yi pointed to the front and gestured for everyone to swim over and take a look. Who would have thought that just as everyone gathered together, the mirrors flying in the sky shattered, as if they were suddenly controlled by some kind of power, and attacked them. Chapter 977. Just as the mirror fragments were flying towards Han Yunxi and the rest from all directions, there was a sudden burst of light which was so dazzling that everyone unconsciously closed their eyes. When everyone opened their eyes again, they realized that they were no longer soaked in water. They were surrounded by a gigantic light bowl. The outside of the light ball was filled with water, but there were no water stains inside the light ball. Everyone was dry. Everyone did not need to hold their breath and their breathing was very smooth. Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi and Su Donglin were not unfamiliar with this. This was the mermaid clan's flowing light ball which could separate people from water. When the mermaid soldiers rescued Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi from Lost Void Lake, they also used the flowing light ball. Flowing light ball was a skill that every mermaid had, but the size and duration of the flowing light ball varied from person to person. As the first daughter of the mermaid clan, Bailey Mingxiang's ability in this aspect was much stronger than ordinary mermaid soldiers. And the energy of the flowing light ball would also change according to the condition of the owner's body. From the brightness and stability of this flowing light ball, Long Fei Yi could tell that Bailey Mingxiang should be injured. Gu Beiyue and Gu were unfamiliar with this. Initially they thought that this was another illusion, but when they saw Bailey Mingxiang swimming outside, they understood what was going on. Thank goodness. At the last moment, this lass had finally rushed over. Gu touched the wall of the flowing light ball, but it was as if he had touched a circle of air and it did not feel like a real wall. He sized it up in disbelief and muttered to himself, "So powerful, why didn't you appear earlier?" That's right. With Bailey Mingxiang's ability, it would be easy for her to save them in the water. What was she doing just now? Why did she only rush over now? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang without saying anything. Bailey Mingxiang circled around the lightstream ball and waved at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi. Then, she immediately turned around and swam quickly to the side. As she swam away, the lightstream ball seemed to have been ordered and flew after her. At first, the water was calm, but not long after, Long Fei Yi was the first to sense that something was wrong. There's something under the water. Less than half the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Long Fei's words were followed by the sight of bubbles rising from the depths of the water. Gradually, more and more bubbles appeared, growing denser and denser. What was going on? What happened? Han Yunxi asked. Long Fei Yi shook his head. He rarely went into the water and had never encountered such a thing in the water. Ask Bailey Mingxiang. Why didn't she say anything? Gu asked. She's outside, so we can't hear her voice. I can't hear anything from the outside either, Long Fei explained. If he guessed correctly, there should be a lot of movement in the water outside, but they didn't feel much and could only see the bubbles. Bailey Mingxiang seemed to be fleeing with them, but how serious was her injury? Otherwise, with her normal speed in the water, she shouldn't be like this. Just as everyone was talking, suddenly, a huge wave rose from the depths of the water, lifting the entire lightstream ball high and flying upwards. Long Fei Yi quickly hugged Han Yunxi tightly and squatted down in a horse stance. Only then did the two of them not fly out. Gu and the other two weren't spared. The three of them flew over and over in the lightstream ball and couldn't stop at all. Soon, Long Fei Yi freed one hand and pulled out the long whip from his waist and threw it at Gu Beiyue. Grab it! As soon as Gu Beiyue grabbed the whip, Long Fei yanked him over so he could use his body as leverage to steady himself. Long Fei Yi threw the second whip and it fell between Gu and Su Donglin. Unfortunately, just as it fell, the lightstream ball was hit by the huge wave that rushed up. The whole ball trembled, and Gu and Su Donglin rolled to the side. Long Fei Yi threw the long whip for the third time. This time, it fell directly on Su Donglin. Su Donglin grabbed it and Long Fei Yi pulled him over. Look after Gu Beiyue. Long Fei Yi said coldly. Su Donglin was resentful. He was responsible for protecting Gu Beiyue. Now, it seemed that he had neglected his duty. With Gu Beiyue's sickly body, if he was hit a few more times, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. Below their feet, huge waves surged up one after another. Each wave was more violent than the previous. If they didn't find a place to stand at the beginning, it would be really difficult to stabilize their feet. Gu stood down, but before he could circulate his chi, the light stream ball was hit by a huge wave again. His whole body was sent flying. Long Fei Yi didn't seem to have any intention of saving him, and he didn't expect Long Fei Yi to help him. Han Yunqi's thoughts were on the outside. She saw Bailey Mingxiang's figure bobbing up and down in the huge waves, sometimes visible and sometimes not. What exactly is Mingxiang doing? She couldn't help but ask. As soon as she said that, she saw a huge water snake suddenly fly out from under the light stream ball. Han Yunqi was shocked. If Long Fei Yi hadn't hugged her, she would have jumped up. It was too scary. This water snake was very huge, twice as big as the 10,000-year poisonous python they had encountered before. The snake's body needed 3 people to wrap around. The snake's body was completely black, and there were no scales. If it wasn't for its big movements, perhaps Han Yunqi and the others wouldn't have noticed its existence. His body could even merge with the darkness of the surrounding water. The scariest thing was that they hadn't seen the snake's head and tail yet, but they saw a black body rushing up. As soon as this huge water snake rushed up, the water immediately calmed down. Gu finally steadied himself and immediately cast a cold gaze at Long Fei Yi. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi ignored it. Everyone began to look for the snake's head and tail, and for a moment, they forgot about Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunqi anxiously asked, "Where's Mingxiang? Why is she missing?" As soon as she said that, the light stream ball suddenly trembled, and a huge snake head suddenly appeared behind Han Yunqi and the others, opening its bloody mouth. Gu was frightened for the first time in his life. This bloody mouth was so huge that it could swallow 4 or 5 people in one breath. Han Yunqi and the others didn't react. Gu pointed behind them. "Poison girl, you, behind you." Han Yunqi and the others immediately turned around and saw a scarlet tongue and huge fangs behind them. It was very close. If it wasn't for the protection of the light stream ball, the 4 of them would have been swallowed by the huge water snake. Even with the protection of the light stream ball, they were still worried and retreated. The huge water snake seemed to be measuring the size of the light stream ball with its mouth, wanting to swallow it in one gulp. Han Yunqi was horrified, but she still didn't forget about Bailey Mingxiang. Could Mingxiang have been swallowed by it? She asked anxiously. As long as the light stream ball is still here, she's still alive. She must have been trapped by this snake just now, Long Fei Yi said. He looked left and right, estimating that the snake had really grown. He pondered how long it would take to kill the snake if they left the light stream bowl. If she was swallowed, then she's still alive in the snake's stomach. But she'll suffocate to death very soon. Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu and the others also began to look around, but they didn't see Bailey Mingxiang anywhere. Long Fei Yi, we have to go out and save her. Han Yunqi said seriously. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they had to save Bailey Mingxiang. They couldn't leave Bailey Mingxiang alone. Moreover, if something happened to Bailey Mingxiang and the light stream ball broke, they would all die. In this light stream ball, they could leave at will, but without Bailey Mingxiang's help, they would never be able to enter again. You guys go and find out where she is first. Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. He kept staring at the big water snake, pondering what kind of speed and swordsmanship he should use to get rid of this big water snake without causing too many waves and affecting the people in the Lightstream Bowl. This big water snake was really too big. The waves that kept coming up just now must have been caused by the big water snake swimming upstream. Once he went out and fought with the big water snake, if he didn't end the battle quickly, who knew how big of a wave it would cause? Suddenly, Han Yunqi shouted, "Bailey Mingxiang is there. Over there." Bailey Mingxiang was right below the Lightstream Ball, floating out of the dusky water. At such a close distance, Han Yunqi could see her face clearly. Her body, her clothes were already torn and covered in scars. There were also several scars on her delicate face, as if she had been scratched by something sharp. Han Yunqi didn't dare to make a sound, and the group of men beside her also didn't make a sound. Bailey Mingxiang was seen holding a long sword, quietly bypassing the Lightstream Ball, and approaching the big water snake's head. At this time, the big water snake was still quite quiet, but it kept opening its mouth, really wanting to eat the Lightstream Ball in one bite. Bailey Mingxiang was already very close, but it still didn't notice. Everyone's gaze followed Bailey Mingxiang, and they also became nervous. Suddenly, Bailey Mingxiang stopped. Seeing her movements, everyone knew that she was about to make a move. If her sword was fast and accurate enough, she would be able to chop off the big water snake's head from her position. Once the snake's head was chopped off, it would be over. Seeing that Bailey Mingxiang was about to make a move, who knew that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi would speak at the same time? "I'll go out." "Long Fei Yi, we can't let Mingxiang take such a big risk." There was a group of men here, and besides Gu Beiyue, their martial arts were all above Bailey Mingxiang's. How could they let a girl take such a big risk? If she couldn't kill the big water snake with one strike, wouldn't the big water snake bite her and not let her go? Since Bailey Mingxiang was currently safe, they had no worries. Long Fei Yi alone was enough to kill the water snake. Long Fei Yi wanted to leave the Lightstream Ball, but Han Yunqi didn't let go of his hand. "I'll go with you." "Okay." Long Fei Yi didn't refuse. As soon as they came out, Gu also followed closely behind, leaving Su Donglin alone in the Lightstream Ball to protect Gu Beiyue. Just as the big water snake closed its mouth and was about to open it, it immediately found that someone came out of the Lightstream Ball, and at the same time, it also found Bailey Mingxiang. When Bailey Mingxiang saw that His Highness, the princess, and Gu all came out to help, her tears immediately flowed out. Chapter 978. Bailey Mingxiang rarely cried. She only cried when she was enduring the pain of the beauty's blood and when she was angered by Su Xiaoyu. She had already forgotten how long it had been since she cried. But at this moment, her eyes were brimming with tears. Only when she cried in the water could she not see her tears. She had just dived into the water when she was swept down by the snake's tail, all the way to the bottom of the water. She spent a lot of effort to get rid of the snake and escape. She did not dare to use the Lightstream Ball. She was afraid that once she used it to protect herself, she would not be able to protect His Highness and the princess. Her strength was limited. She desperately swam upstream. When she saw that the entire mirror maze had disappeared, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. She hurriedly used the Lightstream Ball to protect His Highness and the princess. After using the Lightstream Ball, she did not have much strength left, so she could not take them away as quickly as possible. If it was not for the fact that she wanted to save His Highness and the princess, she might have already given up. When she was about to draw her sword and make a move, she was actually very nervous. Her heart was trembling, but she had to force herself to hold it in. She really wanted to turn around and look into the Lightstream Bowl. She really wanted to ask His Highness and the princess for help. As long as His Highness and the others could kill the snake, she would still have the strength to send them into the lightstream ball. Moreover, she would definitely be able to hold on and ensure that the lightstream ball would not shatter before she found the exit. But she did not dare to look at them, did not dare to ask for their help. She did not know when it started, but in front of them, she had become very careful. Originally, when she heard that she could return to the army, she felt that she had been redeemed. But now, she still continued to repay her debts. Her heart was tormented day and night, punishing her love that she should not have. Long Fei Yi brought Han Yunxi and quickly swam to Bailey Mingxiang's side. Gu followed closely behind and landed on the other side of Bailey Mingxiang. They all held their breaths and couldn't speak to her. His Highness kept staring at the big water snake and didn't look at her, but the princess's gaze fell on her. The princess was currently examining the wounds on Bailey Mingxiang's body. Bailey Mingxiang's heart was filled with all sorts of feelings as she stared blankly at the princess. She wanted nothing more than to reach out and hug the princess tightly. It was just like how the princess had hugged her and given her strength when she was in pain because of the beauty's blood. She really wanted to explain to the princess that she had liked His Highness since she was young. She had liked His Highness even before the princess met His Highness. When she was young, she was tortured by the beauty's blood until she wished she was dead, so she jumped into the lotus pond to commit suicide. Even though she was a mermaid and did not know how to swim, she did not use any of the mermaid's skills. She just wanted to die. It was His Highness who had saved her. It was His Highness who had given her a reason to live. This quiet and unknown love had already existed 5 or 6 years before His Highness met the princess. It was deeply rooted in his heart. She couldn't control her heart, but she had never thought of competing with the princess for anything. She had always remembered the princess's kindness to her. If she could, she was willing to change, but she couldn't. His Highness and the princess had both saved her life, but the princess had given her more warmth. How could she betray her? She had never been an ungrateful and insatiable person. If she had an obsession, it was definitely not with His Highness, but with the relationship between her and His Highness and the princess as master and servant. She really wanted to go back to the past, before the secret in her heart was revealed to the public. Bailey Mingxiang lowered her head. Han Yunxi couldn't see her face, but she couldn't care so much for the time being, because the big water snake was slowly stretching its head towards them. Long Fei Yi shielded Han Yunxi behind him. Han Yunxi reached out and pulled Bailey Mingxiang over without thinking. Gu and Long Fei Yi stood side by side, and the two men faced the big water snake. However, just as Long Fei Yi raised his sword, in an instant, everything shattered. It was as if the whole world had shattered. The big water snake disappeared into thin air, and the water seemed to be disappearing too. Everyone only felt waves of dizziness, and very soon, everything around them changed, turning into a stone room. They were clearly awake and had opened their eyes, but they couldn't understand how everything around them had suddenly become like this. It seemed that the mirror maze was also an illusion. Long Fei Yi immediately looked at Han Yunxi. "Are you okay?" Han Yunxi pinched her temples. "I'm fine. How about you?" "I'm fine." Long Fei Yi answered. Gu Qishao craned his neck as he looked around. The lightstream ball had long disappeared. Gu Beiyue and Su Donglin weren't far away, and they were also looking around. Han Yunxi looked at Bailey Mingxiang and stuffed a handkerchief into her hand. There was no trace of tears in the water, but the rims of her eyes were clearly red. Bailey Mingxiang clenched the handkerchief, not daring to look up. Han Yunxi didn't have time to worry about her, because she quickly followed Long Fei Yi and the others and noticed that this stone room was different from the previous ones. The walls of this stone room were covered in murals. One of them was exactly the same as the one on the poison sex altar. Even the precious flowers and plants on the glazed walls had been carved onto it. Han Yunxi quickly walked towards the wall where the flowers and plants were carved. Upon closer inspection, she discovered that the flowers and leaves were all lifelike and lifelike. Moreover, every single one of them had a unique fruit growing out of it. Long Fei Yi and the others also walked over and noticed this detail. This shouldn't be an illusion, right? Gu asked. A complicated look flitted through Han Yunxi's eyes. Quick, let's split up and finish looking at the murals on the walls. Otherwise, they'll disappear. There must be a lot of things recorded on these murals. Perhaps there was something they were looking for. Everyone agreed with Han Yunxi's words and immediately split up. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi stayed by the western wall to study the altar. Gu headed south while Gu Beiyue and Su Donglin headed north. Bailey Mingxiang didn't stay idle either. She quickly calmed down and headed to the eastern wall. It took a long time for everyone to figure out the details of their respective murals. The western wall depicted the poison sect's sacrificial ceremonies, as well as the origins of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Medical City had existed long before the Eastern and Western Qin imperial clans unified Cloud Realm continent. It was only after the Eastern and Western Qin empires were destroyed that Medical City's power began to grow. Medical City and the poison sect that grew out of it had a long history. However, the poison sect's forbidden grounds had a much longer history than Medical City's poison sect. In ancient times, the poison sect's forbidden grounds were a gathering place for a group of venomous wolves. They called themselves the Snow Wolf Clan, and the venomous snow wolves they worshipped were neither alive nor dead. They could only be destroyed by a mysterious power. In the poison sect's forbidden grounds, a pack of venomous wolves had gathered around the sky pit. Later on, they were all killed by someone with a mysterious power, leaving behind only a single cub that managed to survive in the depths of the sky pit. The Snow Wolf clan feared that force, so they changed their names and hid in the forests of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. They rarely showed themselves. They erected a wordless stele in the western forest to commemorate the snow wolves and built a sacrificial altar to worship them every year. The Snow Wolf clan had the power of the poison storage space, so they could cultivate their poison arts to an extremely high level. The poison fruits in the glazed walls had been dug out from the poison sect's sky pit by the Snow Wolf cub. There were 10 of them in total, and they needed 300 years to bloom and bear fruit. The fruits would only be ripe and usable after that. Later on, the Snow Wolf clan's numbers dwindled, and Medical City took over the former city of the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Once Medical City was established, it split off from the poison sect and took over the entire back mountain. The daughter of the Snow Wolf clan and the head of the poison sect secretly married each other. Together, they controlled the forbidden grounds of the poison sect. With the Snow Wolf clan's help, the poison sect began to plant poisonous plants in the forbidden grounds. Gradually, the poison sect began to develop. Seeing this, Han Yunxi couldn't help exclaiming, "The poison sect hid the matter of the Snow Wolf clan from Medical City." Long Fei Yi was shocked by something else. Lil Thing, could it be that cub? It had to be said that this possibility was too great. Lil Thing was undying and indestructible. Heaven knows how long it had lived. As expected, Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi continued to read and saw murals and words describing how the Snow Wolf cub grew up and became the poison sect's poison beast. Snow Wolves and the Snow Wolf clan were connected mentally, so they could enter the Snow Wolf clan's poison storage space to cultivate. They were supposed to be worshipped, but they ended up as pets. If the little thing were to recall these things, what would it feel like? Long Fei Yi said to Han Yunxi, "It looks like you have the Snow Wolf clan's blood in you as well." No wonder Lil Thing recognized me and was so close to me, Han Yunxi smiled. The two of them continued to read, and the murals and words began to talk about the poison sect raising poison goo humans. When the poison sect members saw that the snow wolves were undying and indestructible, they tried to figure out the reason for their immortality. Later, they found a large patch of withered poisonous plants in the sky pit without any fruit. There were a total of 49 types of poisonous plants in this patch, and the 10 stalks of poisonous plants planted on the altar's glazed wall were among them. Han Yunxi was shocked. So the poison sect suspected that the snow wolves ate these poisonous fruits to become undying and indestructible. Long Fei Yi was also surprised. He thought that the snow wolves were born with this constitution, but it turned out that they ate it too. As they continued reading, they discovered that the poison sect had collected 49 types of dead poisonous plants to study and refine their toxins. They were also studying them together with the 10 living poisonous plants in the colored glass wall in an attempt to create a medicine that could make people immortal and indestructible. In order to confuse people, they called them poison goo humans and made people think that they were nurtured. In reality, they didn't need to be nurtured and only needed to take medicine. This was what was recorded on the western wall. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi impatiently looked to the south, wanting to know what was going on next. This secret room's walls, murals, and words were like the annals of the poison sect's history. In the south, Gu was also stunned. He turned to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi and said, "I know how the perplexing butterfly illusion came about." Chapter 979. The southern wall of the secret room recorded the origins of the perplexing butterfly illusion. Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi asked in unison, "How did it come about?" Listening to Gu was much faster than looking at the murals and words. Those murals and words had to be combined to understand them, so understanding them was a bit taxing. If they didn't know the poison sect's past, they really wouldn't understand. Gu's expression was rarely this serious as he said, "The poison sect really did come up with a secret recipe for raising poison goo humans." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had only seen the murals say that the poison sect was developing something. They didn't expect them to actually succeed. Han Yunxi turned to look at the murals on the southern wall as she asked Gu, "What does this have to do with the perplexing butterfly illusion?" The poison sect's people collected 49 dead poisonous plants and refined them into toxins. Together with the 10 living poisonous plants in the colored glass wall, they developed a medicine called the poison pill. After taking this pill, a person will gradually turn into a poison goo human within a year. They won't die, and will only age. Gu glanced at Long Fei Yi as he spoke. The perplexing butterfly illusion is made from the remains of 49 poisonous herbs. They mashed them up and mixed them with 10,000-year corpse water. It took them 3 years to create this pill. The perplexing butterfly illusion can cure. Before Gu could finish, Long Fei Yi murmured to himself, "It can cure the poison of the poison pills." Gu Beiyue and the others all looked over at these words. Everyone was stunned. They hadn't expected that the antidote they'd spent so much effort on guarding against and searching for was actually perplexing butterfly illusion. Who would have thought that perplexing butterfly illusion and poison goo humans had such a complicated relationship? Where did those 49 poisonous herbs come from in the sky pit? Are there any more of them in the pit? Gu Beiyue asked hastily. If there are still poisonous herbs in the sky pit, doesn't that mean they can concoct more perplexing butterfly illusion and poison pills? Han Yunxi immediately told them about the contents of the murals, the origins of the Blood Wolf clan, and how the poison sect and Blood Wolf clan merged into one. Everyone was even more incredulous after hearing this. Then we don't have to fear Bai Yanqing anymore, Su Donglin said excitedly. Long Fei Yi continued, the perplexing butterfly illusion can cure goo humans, but it has to be paired with the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood. That's why we still can't do anything to Bai Yanqing. Han Yunqi smiled bitterly. Perplexing poison goose poison, poisons, and earth, SSSS. Among the 5 elemental poisons, the metal of 10,000 poisons and the fire of 10,000 poisons were still missing. Of the poison beast poisons. Lil Thing hasn't recovered from the poison beast's blood yet, and it's still trapped by Bai Yanqing. At this, everyone looked towards Gu Qishao. Long Fei asked coldly, Gu Qishao, how did you know how to break through perplexing butterfly illusion? The perplexing butterfly illusion was a mystery. There was a legend that whoever obtained the perplexing butterfly illusion would own the world. How did this legend come about? And how did Gu know that the blood of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood were needed to break the perplexing butterfly illusion? I dug it out from the ruins of Water Cloud Palace. Gu recalled. I was 15 years old at the time. I dug up many treasures in Water Cloud Palace and sold them for silver at the black market. I happened to stumble upon a sheepskin scroll that said that only the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 poison blood could break the perplexing butterfly illusion. Could it have been left behind by the poison sect's ancestors? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. Although they didn't know where this place was, the secrets wouldn't have stayed here forever. The poison sect's history, the secrets of the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison goo humans must have been in the hands of the poison sect's direct descendants and passed down through the generations. Perhaps Bai Yanqing, a direct descendant of the poison sect, knew everything as well, which was why he was so anxious to find the perplexing butterfly illusion. The murals didn't contain any detailed information about the poison fruit's recipe. Could it be that Bai Yanqing had taken control of the recipe and plucked the fruit from the glass wall to make the poison pills? Long Fei Ye's mother had expended a great deal of effort and even sacrificed Long Fei Ye's father to obtain the perplexing butterfly illusion. If Bai Yanqing was a direct descendant of the poison sect and had the recipe for the poison fruit, why hadn't he taken control of the perplexing butterfly illusion back then? Bai Yanqing had too many mysteries about him. Han Yunqi's doubts were the same as everyone else's. However, they didn't have time to think too much about it. Han Yunqi continued to read the records and saw that the murals on the southern wall no longer contained any information. They were all about preparations for the sacrificial ceremony. Your Highness, Princess, come over here and take a look. The wordless steel and the poison storage space are mentioned here, Gu Beiyue said. Although Han Yunqi had already understood the rules and cultivation of the poison storage space from the dreamscape of the wordless steel, the records on the wall were definitely different from the ones on the steel. Otherwise, the wordless steel's records would be unnecessary. Han Yunqi and the others hurried over to the northern wall. The murals took up most of the space, but there were very few words. Only someone as smart as Gu Beiyue would be able to figure it out so quickly. The murals on the northern wall recorded the origins of the poison storage space. The poison storage space wasn't owned by the poison sect, but a skill unique to the Snow Wolf clan's priests. After the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect merged through marriage, the priests became the direct descendants of the poison sect and inherited the poison storage space. Only those with talent could activate the poison storage space and use it for themselves. In that case, Poison Lass and Bai Yanqing aren't just direct descendants of the poison sect, they're also descendants of the Snow Wolf clan. Gu said. Nonsense. Long Fei Yi didn't seem too happy to classify Han Yunqi and Bai Yanqing as the same kind. Gu suddenly exclaimed, that's not right. If the descendants of the Snow Wolf clan's priests didn't marry someone from Medical City's poison sect, they could also have a poison storage space. These words reminded Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi of something. That was indeed possible. Han Yunxi and Bai Yanqing, one was a direct descendant of the poison sect while the other was a pure descendant of the Snow Wolf clan priest. In that case, they might not be related by blood. Long Fei gave Gu Qishao a rare nod of approval. I hope so. Although it was just a guess, it was better than having no hope at all. Gu Beiyue pulled everyone back to reality. Now wasn't the time to speculate, there were more important matters at hand. Princess, Your Highness, look over here. Gu Beiyue's hand lightly touched a mural on the northern wall. It depicted none other than an altar and a wordless stele. There was a large paragraph of strange text around it that Han Yunxi couldn't understand. What are these words? Su Donglin had never seen them before. Bailey Mingxiang also looked over and shook his head. These are ancient Sanskrit. Gu looked sloppy, but he was actually quite knowledgeable. Long Fei Yi didn't say a word as he continued to read line by line. These words recorded the secret of the wordless stele. Back then, there was a high priest of the Snow Wolf clan who broke through to the third level of the poison storage space. However, he continued to cultivate until his cultivation suddenly went berserk. His blood spilled over the wordless stele, and he died beside it. However, something inconceivable happened. His poison storage space didn't disappear with his death, but attached itself to the wordless stele. Any high priest's blood could open a door to the wordless stele and enter the space. After the third level, the poison storage space turned into a sealed stone room that had nothing to do with poison. Here? Han Yunxi asked incredulously. Everyone wanted to know the answer as well. Could this stone room they were in be the high priest's poison storage space? It should be here. Long Fei Yi said indifferently. It is here. Gu Beiyue was also certain. Later on, the Snow Wolf clan merged with the Poison sect. They were afraid that the power that destroyed the Snow Wolves would notice them again, so they hid the Snow Wolf clan's past, including their name. The Snow Wolf clan carved their origins and subsequent history into this space, hoping that their history wouldn't be forgotten by future generations. Anyone who could open the door to the wordless stele and enter this space had to be a descendant of a high priest. Blood was the key to opening the door. However, not every awakener could enter the stone room. Many of the high priest's descendants had entered this space, but because they were trapped in an illusion created by their obsessions, they were thrown out of the space after 7 days and 7 nights, never to see the stone room again. As for those who successfully entered the stone room, they only needed to leave a bloodstain in the stone room to reopen the door to the wordless stele. Obsessions. Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Thinking back to the illusion they'd created earlier, could it have all been caused by obsessions? At first, it was her, Long Fei Yi, and Gu's obsessions that had created the illusion. She and Long Fei Yi had broken through their obsessions, but Gu hadn't. If they hadn't woken Gu up, wouldn't Gu have been trapped for 7 days and 7 nights before leaving? And whose obsessions were the labyrinth of mirrors and the deep-sea serpent? Han Yunxi didn't have time to think about it. At the very least, they'd managed to break through their obsessions and reach this place. It wasn't just this question. They'd learned too much here, but there were also many questions that they didn't have time to consider or investigate. Right now, the most important thing was to clarify everything that was recorded here. Everyone walked towards the eastern wall, but Bailey Mingxiang had already looked over the entire wall. The eastern wall's painting was the simplest and had no words. It was a painting of a person cultivating beside the wordless monument. Other than that, there was nothing else. That's it. What does it mean? Gu asked curiously. Who is this cultivating person? Gu Beiyue got to the crux of the matter. The poison sect's poison techniques weren't cultivated, but practiced. Thus, this person must be cultivating the poison storage space. Was this painting meant to emphasize the location of cultivation, the person cultivating, or the matter of cultivation itself? Since the stone wall had records of the poison goo humans, it meant that after the Snow Wolf clan and Medical City's poison sect had secretly merged, someone else had entered this space and recorded the poison sect's events. Had the recording stopped after the poison sect was destroyed? Was that why the painting on the wall hadn't been completed? Han Yunxi's group searched around in all directions, but didn't find any hidden passageways or hidden messages. This was all they could learn in this stone room. Although they knew a lot, the more they learned, the more questions they had. Long Fei Yi said indifferently, "Let's go out first and discuss more. It's getting dark outside." At these words, Han Yunxi understood. It really was time for them to leave. Chapter 980. Long Fei Yi said that it was dark and it was time to go out. Han Yunxi understood, Gu Beiyue also understood, Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin also faintly guessed the reason. But Gu Qishao was completely lost. He had a baffled look as he asked, "Long Fei Yi, how do you know that it's dark outside?" Ever since they entered this space, they lost the concept of time. God knows how long they had been in the illusion and how long they had been here. If not for Long Fei Ye's words, Gu would have thought that they had been in here for several days. Long Fei Yi shot a glance at Gu but didn't answer. Gu was really annoyed that Long Fei Yi didn't answer his question, so he looked towards Han Yunxi. "Poison lass, it's dark, why are you in such a hurry to go out? It's not like we can't go out when it's dark." It's dark, it's time for Han Yunxi and Long Fei Ye's dual cultivation. The cultivation of the lustbite power had a cycle and Long Fei Yi estimated the time based on the cycle of the changes in his inner strength. The closer it was to the dual cultivation time, the lustbite power in his body would gradually become restless. Although Han Yunxi didn't feel that there was a need to hide this matter from Gu, but the lustbite power was Long Fei Ye's matter, so Han Yunxi naturally didn't have the authority to tell Gu. She smiled and said, "I don't know either." Gu wasn't stupid and could tell that this bunch of people were hiding a secret from him, so he didn't ask further. He thought that tonight he would just stay by Han Yunxi's side and not leave. He wanted to see what Long Fei Yi wanted to do in such a hurry to go out. Han Yunxi gently bit her finger and dripped the blood on the stone wall. After the blood was absorbed by the stone wall, in an instant, all they could see was darkness, and there was nothing beneath their feet. It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit. He kept falling, and the wind whistled in his ears. However, it was not as long as the previous time. This time, they landed quickly. As soon as he steadied himself, the whole world was still dark, because the sky was very dark. The poison sect's altar was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers in front of their faces. Gu hurriedly took out a night pearl so that everyone could see each other clearly. As soon as the luminous pearls lit up, the poison guards who were lying in ambush immediately came out. Each of them was overjoyed. "Your Highness, Princess, you're finally back," the poison guard said happily. He was really afraid that they would never return. "Did anyone break in?" Long Fei Yi asked. "No. No one has barged in since this morning, and there are no traces of humans around," the poison guard replied truthfully. "Continue to stand guard. If there is any movement, immediately report to me," Long Fei Yi said. Fortunately, the door to the wordless steel wasn't easy to open. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if too many people knew about the Snow Wolf clan's secrets. Just as everyone was about to head back, Han Yunxi suddenly remembered something. She said to Su Donglin, "Find some sand tomorrow and seal the wordless steel and the glass wall." They had already seen everything in the stone room, so there was no need to go in for now. Sealing the wordless steel and the glass wall would prevent others from discovering the secret and create a false impression. If that mysterious person from before hadn't been Bai Yanqing, then Bai Yanqing would still be unaware that they had entered the wordless steel space and learned so many secrets. Don't worry, princess. This subordinate will have someone find sand tonight and work through the night. We'll definitely seal it all up by noon tomorrow. I guarantee that it'll be exactly the same as before, Su Donglin replied. At this time, Han Yunxi finally relaxed and left with everyone. Although there were many questions that needed to be answered, once they returned to the courtyard, Gu Beiyue and Bailey Mingxiang consciously returned to their rooms. His Highness and the princess were dual cultivating, so they wouldn't be free until tomorrow. Gu didn't leave and followed Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi to the door. Long Feiyi wanted to close the door, but he blocked it with one hand. He smiled very innocently, sleeping so early. I still wanted to find you to drink tea. Are you going to scram or not? Long Feiyi asked. Of course he knew what Gu wanted to do. Gu stretched his shoulders and lazily said, This prince has eaten too much recently. I can't scram. This prince can help you. Long Feiyi said as he raised his leg. His kick was guaranteed to send Gu flying to the horizon. Inside the room, Han Yunxi smiled. She walked out and seriously said, Gu, we have something very important to do. If you want to drink tea, come back tomorrow morning. Gu became more and more suspicious. Something very important? More important than the Snow Wolf clan. Han Yunxi was about to explain, but Long Feiyi grabbed Han Yunxi's waist and sneered evilly, private matters. After he finished speaking, he suddenly pushed the stunned Gu out and closed the door with a paw sound. Gu was stunned on the spot. Long Feiyi's ambiguous and evil smile flashed in his mind. As a man, he couldn't not understand what Long Feiyi's smile meant. Gu didn't stay for long. He stepped back step by step, gradually leaving the room and retreating into the courtyard. With a light leap, he landed on the stone tea table behind him and sat down cross-legged. It was as though he had turned into a different person. His back was ramrod straight and his expression was somewhat serious. His usual languid and flirtatious demeanor had vanished without a trace. He had always known that Poison Lass and Long Feiyi didn't share a room. They had been married for many years but had never lived in the same room. Poison Lass had once exposed her chastity mark on Fishery Island. Moreover, Poison Lass wasn't pregnant to this day. In his heart, Poison Lass had always been a lass. When did she and Long Feiyi start living together? When did Long Feiyi turn Poison Lass from a lass into a woman? Gu seemed to have lost his 3 souls and 7 spirits. He sat on the stone table in a daze and stared at the door in the distance. He didn't move an inch and was as stubborn as a child. After a while, Gu Beiyue couldn't stand it anymore and walked over. 7th young master, Gu Beiyue purposely stood in front of Gu to block his line of sight. Gu finally regained his senses. He glanced at Gu Beiyue and then at the tightly shut door. He asked foolishly, Gu Beiyue, are we still in an illusion? Gu Beiyue sat down on a stone stool and looked up at Gu. No. They're dual cultivating. Gu Beiyue told Gu about the lustbite power. Although he hadn't asked for Long Feiyi's permission, he was absolutely sure that Long Feiyi would allow him to say it. Lustbite power. This was the first time Gu had heard of it. It sounds very powerful. If your highness can cultivate to the 3rd stage, you'll be the strongest in the world, Gu Beiyue said. Gu Qishao only laughed coldly. Extremely strong. Can the strongest kill an immortal? These words reminded Gu Beiyue. He became curious. What's the mysterious power that killed the Snow Wolf? Gu's mind was filled with Han Yunxi. How could he be in the mood to think about these things? Even if Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were dual cultivating, Long Fei Yi's gaze just now was clearly telling him that Han Yunxi was already his woman. Gu jumped off the table and waved as he walked out. I also have important things to do. See you tomorrow. What important things could he have to do? Ever since he revealed his identity in Medical City, he rarely had insomnia. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to sleep again tonight. It wasn't until Gu's figure disappeared at the entrance of the garden that Gu Beiyue sighed softly and turned to leave. In fact, no one slept that night. After knowing so many secrets and having so many new doubts, who could sleep peacefully? However, there was one person who fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. She slept very soundly. This person was none other than Bailey Mingxiang. Ever since the soldiers in the army kicked up a fuss and asked her to marry His Highness, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. This night, she slept until dawn. She slept very soundly and contentedly. Not for anything else, but because His Highness and the princess didn't leave her alone. They both left Flowing Light to ask for her help. The glass maze and the underwater snake were all because of her obsession. In the end, His Highness and the princess broke her obsession. She was only persistent because she was afraid of being disliked. She was so sad that she couldn't return to the pure relationship between master and servant. Fortunately, the princess and His Highness didn't dislike her as much as she imagined. Many times, you didn't have to let go of your obsession. Instead, others could help you let go. Just like Gu, His Highness's roar broke his obsession. The next morning, Bailey Mingxiang woke up the earliest. She wiped the tea table in the courtyard clean, set up the tea set, and boiled water. Then she went to make breakfast. She was busy all morning and didn't rest, but she was still full of energy. After dual cultivating last night, Long Fei and Han Yunxi chatted until very, very late into the night before falling asleep. When Gu came over, Long Fei Yi and Gu had already finished drinking tea and were chatting. Han Yunxi was still sleeping. Gu casually sat down beside Gu Beiyue. He lowered his head and didn't seem to be in good spirits. Long Fei Yi didn't look at him, but he still glanced at Gu from the corner of his eye. He casually poured a cup of tea for him. Gu didn't thank him. He picked it up and drank it. After finishing it, he put down the teacup and said lightly, I've been looking for the metal of 10,000 poisons and fire of 10,000 poisons, but I haven't found any clues. These two things aren't easy to find. As soon as he said that, Han Yunxi opened the door and came out. What exactly is the last blood of the four great poisonous blood? Han Yunxi remembered that when Gu told them the method to break the perplexing butterfly illusion, he mentioned the four great poisonous blood, but didn't mention the last one. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes, but he still said honestly, it's the blood of the poisonous Gu human. Although Long Fei Yi had more or less guessed it before, he was still a little surprised to hear Gu say it himself. Han Yunxi didn't find it strange. Instead, she was a little enlightened. Perplexing butterfly illusion could break the poison of the poisonous Gu human, but it needed the poison of the 5 elements and the 4 great poisonous blood. Then, the 5 elements and the 4 great poisonous blood were the catalyst for the antidote. It required the blood of the poisonous Gu human as the catalyst for the antidote. Similar situations were often encountered in the field of detoxification. Obtaining the perplexing butterfly illusion means obtaining the world. What do you mean by that? Han Yunxi asked. This legend has been around since the founding of the Great Qin Empire and has been passed down to this day. That's why the poison sect's forbidden grounds haven't been peaceful for the past 200 years, Gu Beiyue said. Someone in the poison sect must have leaked the information about the perplexing butterfly illusion. Otherwise, who would know? Gu said. Chapter 981. If the poison sect hadn't been destroyed and its bloodline still existed, then the problems Han Yunxi and the others were facing today wouldn't have been a problem at all. The Snow Wolf clan would never reveal their clan's secrets, but after the poison sect and the Snow Wolf clan merged and gradually gained power, the Snow Wolf clan no longer had the final say in many matters. Both the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion were developed after the poison sect and the Snow Wolf clan merged. After understanding the history of Medical City's poison doctors establishing the poison sect, Han Yunxi firmly believed that their poison skills couldn't compare to the Snow Wolf clan's. In other words, if the Snow Wolf clan wanted to develop the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion, they wouldn't have waited until the poison sect got involved. Why did they only develop the poison pills and the perplexing butterfly illusion after the poison sect got involved? The reason couldn't be simpler. The Snow Wolf clan had no ambitions. They only wanted to conceal their identities and protect the poison beasts. The poison sect's poison doctors were ambitious. There was no smoke without fire. Back then, Medical City didn't destroy the poison sect on the grounds that they were poison goo humans. It was just that the poison sect hadn't been using poison the entire time. Medical City must have never expected the Snow Wolf clan to exist. Even they hadn't expected the truth to be like this when they tried to rehabilitate the poison sect. Since they had the secret recipe, why didn't they use it? Gu Beiyue muttered to himself. Could it be that they couldn't find the poison, or, before Gu Beiyue could finish, Gu cut in? They were waiting for the poison plants in the glass wall to bear fruit and ripen. Everyone suddenly understood a lot. Han Yunxi said with certainty, so Bai Yanqing ate those fruits. The poison goo humans' immortality actually meant that they couldn't be killed, nor could they be injured or sick to death. It wasn't true that they were immortal. They couldn't beat time and would die of old age. Based on the time it took for the fruits to ripen, Bai Yanqing was probably the first poison goo human in the history of the poison sect. Now, even if he had the secret recipe, it would be impossible for him to grow another one. This was because it would take at least a few hundred years for those poisonous herbs to blossom and bear fruit to ripen. If Bai Yanqing couldn't wait, they couldn't wait either. Long Fei Yi didn't make a sound. He silently poured tea for everyone. Although he was serving everyone, his elegant movements and noble sitting posture didn't look like he was serving at all. Instead, it looked like he was bestowing rewards. Gu Beiyue looked at Long Fei Yi. Your Highness, if you were to choose between the two, would you choose the poison goo human or the perplexing butterfly illusion? Perplexing butterfly illusion. Long Fei Yi answered without hesitation. That's right. Perplexing butterfly illusion can restrain the poison goo man. Gu Beiyue said. At these words, everyone understood. Bailey Mingxiang and Su Donglin had appeared at some point and nodded in understanding. If they could control and restrain the poison goo man, then seizing control of Cloud Realm Continent wouldn't be a problem. If the poison goo man wanted to return to normal, he had to rely on perplexing butterfly illusion. If the poison goo man wanted to remain undying, he had to be wary of perplexing butterfly illusion. In the end, the poison sect's strongest weapon was perplexing butterfly illusion, not its poison pills. The one who has perplexing butterfly illusion controls the world. These words must have come from the poison sect. Han Yunxi said with certainty. Only the poison sect knew of the secret of perplexing butterfly illusion. Why would the poison sect spread such a rumor while researching the poison goo man? Logically speaking, the poison sect should have kept perplexing butterfly illusion a secret. It looks like the poison sect is divided internally. Interesting, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Only the poison sect's orphans knew the truth. Of course, Han Yunxi was an exception. After a round of discussion and speculation, Han Yunxi and the others had a rough idea of the poison sect's past and what the perplexing butterfly illusion and the poison goo man were all about. Although they hadn't found the catalyst yet, they at least knew how to restrain Bai Yanqing. Their goal for this trip had been achieved. Now, all their questions were focused on Bai Yanqing. Had Bai Yanqing learned of the poison pill's secret from the wordless steel, or had he dug it out from the ruins of the poison sect's Cloudwater Palace like goo? Or had the poison sect's orphans passed the secret down through generations? Just how many orphans were left in the poison sect? Who was that mysterious person in the forest? These matters didn't affect their plan to deal with Bai Yanqing, but they were related to Han Yunxi's origins. The clues they had were limited, so this was all they could speculate. Han Yunxi suddenly wished she could quickly ascend to the third rank so she could communicate with Lil Thing through her consciousness and ask it about the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect. Lil Thing looked small, but it was already very old. It had experienced everything that had happened in the poison sect, so it must know much more than Bai Yanqing and the murals in the wordless steel. Gu Beiyue was also thinking about Lil Thing. He suddenly smiled and said, "It looks like Lil Thing is also very old." If Lil Thing heard this, would it be in a bad mood? Is the gentleman disdaining me for being old? Actually, I might be old, but my heart is still young. Gu smiled. He had a good impression of Lil Thing. The Snow Wolf's true form is actually a squirrel. Did it eat those poisonous plants and turn into a wolf? Gu Beiyue nodded with a smile. Those poisonous plants in the sky pit have all withered. What a pity. At this moment, Han Yunxi fell silent. She was really conflicted about her origins. She wanted nothing more than to kill Bai Yanqing, but she also didn't want to bear the infamy of patricide. Right now, Mu Axian was pregnant and had left because the poison sect's young master had an affair with another woman. The poison sect's young master had once given Mu Axian a 10,000-year-old blood jade as a token of love. Later, Mu Axian gave it to Lady Lianxin, who then arranged for Han Kongan to become a director. If this poison sect's young master really was Bai Yanqing, then which woman had Bai Yanqing been with back then? If this poison sect's young master wasn't Bai Yanqing, then who was Bai Yanqing to the poison sect? How was he related to the poison sect's young master? How did Bai Yanqing know that Mu Axian had gone to the Han family and gotten pregnant? Moreover, how did Bai Yanqing know that she had a birthmark on her back? How did he know that she was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan? Han Yunxi was a little tired from knowing and speculating too much. She shot a pitiful look at Long Feiyi, asking for help. She wanted Long Feiyi to help her think things through. Han Yunxi didn't know that this was the first time she'd acted so coquettishly. She also didn't know that a woman's coquettishness was the best way to capture a man's heart. Seeing her inadvertent pitiful expression, Long Feiyi couldn't help but stroke her bangs and say dotingly, "Don't worry, I'll figure out Bai Yanqing's background." Gu saw all of this and pursed his lips. He didn't disturb them like before. However, his gloominess was written all over his face. He secretly thought that he had to figure out a way to investigate Bai Yanqing's background. Seeing Long Feiyi withdraw his hand, Gu said loudly, "Hey, now let's discuss what to do next." They had to face Bai Yanqing and guard against the D clan and Northernly at the same time. They couldn't do two things at once. If Gu didn't have to protect them, he could focus on finding the fire and metal of 10,000 poisons. However, Gu couldn't be too far away from Han Yunxi now. He had to guard against Bai Yanqing's revenge at all times. Bai Yanqing hasn't done anything for so many days. There must be something else going on, Long Feiyi said calmly. Let's wait a few days and see what he does. Long Feiyi's style had always been to deal with changes by sticking to the status quo. He wanted to deal with the D clan and Northernly more. It was at this moment that Su Donglin suddenly received a secret missive from the Shadow Guard. Seeing that it was from Northernly, he hurried over and interrupted Long Fei Yi. "Your Highness, an urgent missive from Northernly," Su Donglin said respectfully. Long Fei Yi was slightly alarmed. An urgent missive from Northernly at this time couldn't be anything good. He opened it and was still surprised by the contents. Ning Cheng is at Jun Yixia's place. He and Jun Yixia are working together. Last night, they started moving 30,000 battle horses. Long Fei Yi read the letter. Everyone was stunned. The D clan had really rebelled. If it had been the elders of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium or the deputy generals of the Ning clan troops, Han Yunxi might still have some hope. Ning Cheng was her last hope. But neither Cloud Realm Trade Consortium nor Ning Jing's troops had openly betrayed her, but it was Ning Cheng who had betrayed her. It had to be said that Han Yunxi was caught off guard by the sudden news. In her heart, she'd always held on to a sliver of hope for Ning Cheng. She didn't hope that Ning Cheng would betray her, but that Ning Cheng would return to Western Qin and the D clan's years of persistence and loyalty to his own dreams. But who knew that the first real rebel of the D clan would be Ning Cheng himself? So Bai Yuqiao had really gone to seek refuge with Jun Yixia, while Ning Cheng had been at Jun Yixia's place all this time. He'd made up his mind to rebel because of that needle and her alliance with Long Fei Yi to declare the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin to be a misunderstanding. But Ning Cheng and Jun Yixia's alliance was still quite troublesome. Long Fei Yi made a prompt decision and ordered Leng, go to three-way black market. Su Donglin, summon manager Luo of Kangon Private Bank to East Origin Hall. Ning Cheng and Jun Yixia's alliance was purely because of Jun Yixia's war horses. Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng's alliance was purely because of Jun Yixia's money. He couldn't get their horses or money even if he wanted them. Long Fei Yi's hatred towards Ning Cheng and Jun Yixia was the same. It wasn't just because of the enmity between the two camps, but also because of their personal grudges. Su Donglin obeyed and left. A complicated look flashed across Han Yunxi's eyes. She thought of Ning Jing and Ling Er. Deacon Jean wasn't moved by their generous offer. Could it be that Deacon Jean was going to find Ning Cheng? Su Donglin, quick, tell Tang Li that Ning Jing might be with Ning Cheng. Han Yunxi exclaimed. Ning Jing and Mu Ling were indeed with Ning Cheng. When Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean brought the two girls to Jun Yixia's camp to find Ning Cheng was so angry that he almost kicked Uncle Cheng to death. But in front of Jun Yixia, he had no choice but to endure. Chapter 982. On the second day after Long Fei Yi received the secret report, Jun Yixia spread the news of his cooperation with Ning Cheng and the transfer of 30,000 battle horses to the public. 30,000 horses wasn't a small number, so it was impossible to keep such a huge commotion under wraps. It was only a matter of time before word got out, so Jun Yixia decided to spread the news himself to avoid further suspicions. Moreover, as he saw it, this would not only serve as a warning to Long Fei Yi, but also intimidate the Northern Dynasty's emperors. He'd tell his enemies from both North and South that he, Jun Yixia, wasn't someone to be trifled with. With the D clan's support, Jun Yixia really didn't have to fear Long Fei Yi or Emperor Kongqing. Uncle Cheng was actually still observing from the sidelines. As soon as he heard news of Ning Cheng and Jun Yixia's cooperation, he stopped hesitating and immediately brought along Deacon Jean with him to Jun Yixia's camp with Mu Ling and Ning Jing. He openly announced that he wanted to see Ning Cheng. Mu Ling and Ning Jing were left in the carriage outside the camp while Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean met with Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng inside. Although Uncle Qing didn't reveal that he'd kidnapped Ning Jing and Mu Ling in front of Jun Yixia wasn't deaf or blind. Gu and Tang Li had issued bounties all over the world recently. One offered up the secret recipe for the Tang clan's assassination weapons, while the other offered up the medicine Ghost Valley. The news had spread like wildfire and was still the hottest topic in Cloud Realm Continent even now. As soon as Jun Yixia found out who was in the carriage, he immediately understood what was going on. He looked at Ning Qing and laughed loudly. Ning Qing was furious in his heart, but he had no choice but to pretend to be very calm. He looked at Uncle Qing coldly and said, "Hee, old Qing, I didn't expect you to bring me a gift. This family head wants to reward you properly. This is what I should do." Uncle Qing was very happy and did not notice Master Ning's hidden anger. In fact, when Uncle Qing knew that Master Ning was with Jun Yixia, he was not sure whether Master Ning was robbed or cooperated with Jun Yixia. He came here with the purpose of persuading Master Ning to betray the Western Qin royal family. That was why he had stayed in Heavenly River City for so many days to observe the situation. Now, Master Ning had thought things through. Not only did he cooperate with Jun Yixia, but he also received Jun Yixia's 30,000 warhorses. Uncle Qing felt that he had made the right choice in coming here. He had brought a lot of bargaining chips for Master Ning. If Master Ning cooperated with Jun Yixia, he would have the upper hand. With such a merit, perhaps it could make up for his mistake of colluding with outsiders to cheat Myriad Merchant Hall of money in disrespect to Ning Jing, right? Hee, Uncle Qing, not only will your Master Ning reward you, this prince will also reward you well. Jun Yixia laughed loudly. Ever since he cooperated with Ning Qing, he had gained confidence and once again considered himself as Northern Li's Prince Kong. Uncle Qing hurriedly bowed respectfully. I don't dare. Ning Jing, you are my younger sister. This prince will leave her to you. Mu Linger. Hee, how about you give her to this prince? Jun Yixia asked with a laugh. When Ning Jing and Mu Linger, who were in the carriage outside, heard this, they exploded with anger. Why? What do you take me for? How shameless. I'll have my older sister and brother-in-law teach him a lesson later. Ning Jing and Mu Linger, the two silly girls, only found out that the old man in black was Uncle Qing when they arrived here. They also found out that they were brought to Ning Qing and that Ning Qing had betrayed the Western Qin royal family. Mu Linger angrily scolded, but Ning Jing didn't say a word. Even though she had already heard Ning Cheng's voice, she still couldn't believe it. She didn't want to believe that Ning Qing would betray Western Qin. Ning Qing was also extremely angry at Jun Yixia's request. Although he was under Jun Yixia's control, he didn't lose his temper. He was about to reject Jun Yixia's request. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jean, who had been sitting at the side and had been silent all this time, opened his mouth and said, "Sanfrewa Majesty, I'm very sorry. Mu Linger is mine. Master Ning has no right to give her to you." When these words came out, the entire crowd fell silent. Outside the door, Mu Linger immediately quieted down. She waited nervously, afraid that she would miss a single word. Jun Yixia lazily raised his eyebrows and finally looked at Deacon Jean. Uncle Qing lowered his head and rubbed his nose. The corner of his mouth curved into a disdainful sneer. He didn't want to help Jean Zi at all. Here, Jean Zi didn't have the final say. Jean Zi was just a slave. Ning Qing pretended to be confused and questioned Uncle Qing, "What's going on? Weren't you the one who brought her out?" Before Uncle Qing could answer, Deacon Jean beat him to it. Ning Jing was brought out by Uncle Qing. "I was the one who kidnapped Mu Linger. She owes me 280 million taels of silver and a slave contract." Whoever can settle this matter will have Mulinger. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Deacon Jin's conditions were precisely Jun Isia's shortcomings. Jun Isia had to wait until the 30,000 warhorses were all in the hands of the Ning army before he could get the 500 million taels of silver from Ning Qing. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't be so generous as to pay 280 million taels of silver for Mulinger. Of course, Jun Isia could first use the military pay to help Deacon Jin pay off his debt. Then, he could use Mulinger to exchange for Medicine Ghost Valley. He estimated that he could still make a lot of money. However, there was a risk in using someone to exchange for Medicine Ghost Valley. Gu wasn't someone to be trifled with. Jun Isia wasn't stupid enough to take this risk. He wanted Mulinger, not because he coveted the Medicine Ghost Valley, but because he wanted to keep Mulinger as a bargaining chip to control Han Yunshi in the future. After listening to Deacon Jin's conditions, Jun Isia was silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly looked at Ning Qing and asked, "Ning Qing, he's your slave." Smart people immediately understood what this meant. Since he was a slave, he had to be absolutely obedient. The slave was the master, and the slave didn't have the right to bargain with the master. Ning Qing smiled at Deacon Jin. Hee, Jin Zi, if Jun Isia hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. You're my slave, so why are you talking to me about conditions? Let this family head tell you, from now on, Mulinger is this family head's hostage. You can't exchange her for anything. As for your debt, this family head will consider whether to help you pay it off or not, depending on your performance. Deacon Jin's eyes, which were hidden under his bangs, flashed with a trace of complexity. He didn't say anything again. He felt that something was wrong with Ning Qing. Jun Isia touched his chin. It seemed that he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything. Ning Cheng's words were not only a warning to Deacon Jin, but also to tell him that he wouldn't hand over Mulinger. Although the 30,000 warhorses had already been sent out, the relationship between Jun Isia and Ning Cheng was still good. While Ning Cheng was under Jun Isia's control, Jun Isia was also under Ning Cheng's control. Moreover, the 30,000 warhorses had already been sent out, but Jun Isia hadn't received his pay yet. Strictly speaking, Jun Isia was in a more passive position. Since Ning Cheng had rejected him so tactfully, Jun Isia didn't make any more requests. In any case, Ning Cheng was here. He wouldn't let Mulinger leave even half a step. Mulinger was still in his hands. Since he couldn't get any ideas about Mulinger, Jun Isia started to get ideas about Ning Jing. He pretended to be joking and said teasingly, "Uncle Qing, this daughter-in-law of the Tang sect isn't yours anymore, is she?" Uncle Qing quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Majesty Kong must be joking. Jun Isia didn't really understand the relationship between Ning Jing and the Tang sect, nor the relationship between Ning Jing and the Ning family. Of course, everyone present, including Jun Isia, definitely didn't know the relationship between the Tang sect and the Long Fei Yi. This prince knew it. How dare a subordinate like you kidnap his master? Jun Isia sneered. He was asking a question. Uncle Qing glanced at Ning Qing. Seeing that Ning Qing didn't say anything, he quickly explained, Majesty Kong, you might not know this, but Miss Jing used Deacon Jin's kidnapping of Mulinger to put on a show. As a matter of fact, Tang Li believed it and panicked. As long as we keep our cool, Tang Li will definitely be able to offer better terms. When the time comes, we'll just have to find a middleman to pass on the message. We'll definitely make a profit. Uncle Qing was truly a sly old fox. As long as they didn't reveal that Ning Jing was in Tianhe City and continued to keep Tang Li in suspense, when Tang Li went crazy from anxiety, they would find a middleman who had nothing to do with the Ning family and Juni Xia and bring Ning Jing's token to negotiate with Tang Li. When the time came, no matter what the middleman offered, Tang Li would agree to it. Outside the door, Mu Ling'er couldn't help but shout angrily, "This old man deserves to die." Ning Jing also said coldly, "He deserves to die more than that." Uncle Cheng's plan was very good, but unfortunately, he didn't know that Han Yunxi had already seen through him. On the first day that Mu Ling'er and Ning Jing disappeared, Han Yunxi had already suspected him and Deacon Jean. When Ning Cheng and Juni Xia's cooperation was made public, Han Yunxi was very sure that Mu Ling'er and Ning Jing were in Tianhe City. At this time, Han Yunxi and the others were on their way back to the three-way black market. They had already sent the news to Tang Li, and Tang Li was also on his way to the three-way black market to meet up with them. Ning Qing glanced at Uncle Qing but still didn't say anything. Juni Xia assumed that what Uncle Qing said was Ning Cheng's idea. Good, we can keep calm and wait. Juni Xia was in an extremely good mood. Cooperating with Ning Qing was already a great thing. Now that there were two more important hostages in the army, his chances of success increased. Now, as long as the 30,000 war horses were in the hands of the Ning clan army, he would be able to take action. Men, clear out 2 tents and properly entertain the guests. Juni Xia loudly ordered. Uncle Cheng and Deacon Jean were asked to leave. Mu Ling'er and Ning Jing were also brought down from the carriage and sent to the tents. In the camp, only Juni Xia and Ning Cheng were left. Ning Cheng, how long will it take for the 30,000 war horses to get into the hands of the Ning clan army? Juni Xia asked. Ning Cheng had always been leading troops on Tianning's northern borders. Most of the troops under his command were cavalrymen, so he was always in need of war horses. Thus, the 30,000 war horses would be like adding wings to a tiger. It shouldn't take too long to get used to them. Juni Xia needed Ning Cheng to promise him a certain amount of time. 3 months. Ning Cheng was intentionally stalling for time, even though he only needed a month. As long as the 30,000 war horses and cavalrymen couldn't get used to each other, they wouldn't start fighting. As long as they didn't start fighting, he could do his best to reduce Han Yunxi's troubles. If he could cheat Juni Xia a little more, he would do so. At the same time, he was also preparing for the worst. No matter when the silver drafts would flow into Myriad Merchant Hall, he was planning to wait until the 30,000 war horses were in the hands of the Ning clan army. Then he would find a chance to take Juni Xia down with him. He would never give Juni Xia any military pay or provisions. He wouldn't give him a single copper coin. Rather than being tortured by Juni Xia and used as a hostage to threaten the D clan, he'd rather die a quick death. In some ways, Su Xiaoyu was very similar to him. That was why he couldn't help but dote on Su Xiaoyu when he saw her that day. He understood Su Xiaoyu's stubbornness and decisiveness. Ning Cheng had made all his plans, but he never expected Uncle Cheng to bring Ning Jing and Mu Ling'er with him. If he and Juni Xia turned against each other, what would happen to Ning Jing and Mu Ling'er then? Chapter 983. Ning Qing knew very well that once he fell out with Juni Xia, Ning Jing and Mu Ling'er would definitely become Juni Xia's hostages. Ning Jing could sacrifice herself for the D clan and Western Qin just like him, but what about Mu Ling'er? Mu Ling'er had nothing to do with the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin. Mu Ling'er was innocent. Mu Ling'er was also Han Yunxi's cousin. Ning Qing couldn't imagine how much Han Yunxi would hate him and the D clan if he couldn't protect Mu Ling'er. Thinking of this, even though he was distressed, he could still smile bitterly. He unconsciously stroked the phoenix feather mask on his face and thought, wasn't Han Yunxi's hatred for him enough? Was this not enough? 3 months. Ah, Ning Qing, are you kidding me? Zhu Nixie's question interrupted Ning Chang's thoughts. It's up to you whether you want to believe it or not. In the past year, the Ning family army has suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of its cavalry. It'll take at least 3 months for them to train again. Ning Qing said seriously, I fight battles that I have no confidence in. If you can't wait, I'm sorry, but the Ning family army can't cooperate with you. A complicated look flitted across Zhu Nixie's eyes. He believed Ning Chang's words. In the past few battles, the Ning family army had indeed suffered heavy losses. Otherwise, the Ning family army wouldn't be afraid of Long Fei Ye's army today. 3 months, 3 months. Zhu Nixie muttered to himself and tapped his fingers lightly. He pondered for a long time, then suddenly stood up and asked seriously, Ning Qing, with the Ning family army's current strength, how long can they resist Long Fei Yi? What do you want to do? Ning Qing asked. Zhu Nixie sneered. Once your military pay arrives, this prince will definitely take the heads of the Northern Dynasty's emperors within 3 months. Ning Qing understood everything. Zhu Nixie planned to rebel in 3 months and take over Northernly. Therefore, he needed to ensure that the south was safe. In other words, Zhu Nixie's real military strength and influence in Northernly were not as strong as he had boasted. If the Ning family army couldn't hold off the Long Fei Yi within 3 months, Zhu Nixie wouldn't be able to deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors with all his might, and he wouldn't have an absolute chance of winning. Ning Chang's eyes flashed. He had finally found the best opportunity to trick Zhu Nixie. Originally, he didn't want the Ning family army to go to war with the East Qin army, but it looked like he'd have to adjust his plans now. Perhaps he could even buy some time for Ning Jing and the rest. It'll be the 15th of the 10th month in 3 days, right? Ning Qing pretended to think for a while before he spoke again, his face serious. The Ning family army has an absolute advantage in winter battles. Long Fei Yi has 2 armies under his command. One is the Southern Army, while the other is the Bailey Army. Neither of them are familiar with winter battles. Hearing this, Zhu Nixie rejoiced. No matter what, your Ning family army will be able to last through this winter. Definitely. Ning Qing laughed. After this winter, the 30,000 cavalrymen will be able to enter the battlefield next spring, Zhu Nixie rejoiced and patted Ning Qing on the shoulder. Brother, after this winter, Cloud Realm Continent will be ours next spring. By now, Ning Qing was used to Zhu Nixie's constant probing. He avoided Zhu Nixie's hand and said coldly, when the time comes, just leave Han Yunxi to me. There's no need to waste words on anything else. Ning Cheng's words made Zhu Nixie's heart fill with sweetness. Ning Cheng wasn't interested in fighting for the world with him, which was something he rejoiced over. With Ning Cheng's guarantee, Zhu Nixie kept Ning Qing around to discuss the details of their cooperation. In order to win Zhu Nixie's complete trust, Ning Qing gave him plenty of practical suggestions. It wasn't until late at night that Ning Qing finally left the main tent and returned to his own. He should have gone to see Uncle Qing and Deacon Jean, as well as Ning Jing. But he didn't. Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, his every move was very cautious and careful. Zhu Nixie seemed to trust him a lot, but he was always on guard. If he made one wrong move, all his previous efforts would be for naught. Ning Qing could only hope that Uncle Qing and Ning Jing would be on the same page so that Zhu Nixie wouldn't be suspicious. At this very moment, Ning Jing was in Uncle Cheng's tent. Ning Jing sat high above and sneered coldly, "Old Qing, how dare you? You acted first and reported later. You even dared to rob me. Miss Jing, Han Yunshi is so brazenly seducing Long Fei Yi. Why should the D clan still be loyal to him? Master Ning can rule the world. Why should he forever be at the feet of a woman? Uncle Chang said righteously, Miss Jing, you definitely don't know, but Tang Li has already offered a bounty and is willing to exchange the secret recipe of the Tang sect's hidden weapons for you. Tang Li has you in his heart. As long as you remain calm, you will definitely be able to take down the Tang sect. Miss Jing, you are now the biggest bargaining chip for Master Ning and Jun Yixie's cooperation. Why are you still so calculative? Ning Jing was shocked. She didn't expect Tang Li to be so impulsive. She angrily rebuked Uncle Ching. Do Ning Cheng and I have to thank you. This subordinate doesn't dare. Uncle Ching quickly lowered his head. Ning Jing didn't want to waste time with him. She questioned, Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi went to 100 Poison Sect. Is there a result? This was the thing she was most concerned about. Uncle Ching sneered. Miss Jing, don't tell me you still haven't seen it. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi have long been connected. You guys worked together to kill Bai Yanqing and panicked, claiming that the grudge between the Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding. Before Jun Yixie's warhorse even left Sky River City, the entire D clan had already wanted to instigate a rebellion. Ning Jing's heart pounded wildly. She asked, what makes you think they're lying? If they weren't guilty, why would they kill Bai Yanqing? Miss Jing, you might not know this, but at that time, people from all walks of life were gathered outside 100 Poison Sect. Representatives from both the Eastern and Western Qin camps were there. But no one saw Bai Yanqing. Uncle Ching answered. Ning Jing didn't say anything else. She didn't want to waste any more words with Uncle Ching. She got up and strode away. She wanted to see Ning Ching. No matter what she saw or heard, unless Ning Ching personally told her that he was going to betray the Western Qin imperial family, she wouldn't believe it. The moment Ning Jing arrived outside Ning Cheng's tent, Uncle Ching also caught up to her. The guards naturally let her in. When Ning Jing and Uncle Ching entered, they realized that there were 3 guards inside Ning Cheng's tent. They weren't slow people and immediately realized that Jun Yixie was keeping a close eye on Ning Ching. It was also at this time that the two of them realized a problem that they had neglected for a long time. Jun Yixie's warhorse had already left Tianhe City. Even if Ning Ching and Jun Yixie had a lot of cooperation details to discuss, they should be done by now. Ning Ching should have gone back long ago. Why was he still under Jun Yixie's surveillance? Could it be that Jun Yixie had something on Ning Ching that he couldn't leave? Ning Ching personally lit 2 oil lamps. With a glance, he warned Ning Jing and Uncle Ching to be careful with their words. Sit down. Ning Ching said as he walked towards the tea table. Ning Jing followed him and sat down. Uncle Ching stood at the side. Ning Ching didn't say anything. Ning Jing and Uncle Ching didn't know the situation, so they didn't dare to speak casually. Uncle Ching, sit down. You've done a great service this time. Ning Ching said. Uncle Ching finally realized that he had made a big mistake. If Ning Ching was under Jun Yixie's control and couldn't leave this damned place, then he would be causing trouble for Ning Ching by bringing Ning Jing and Mu Ling here. Whether Ning Ching and Jun Yixie were really cooperating or not, Ning Jing and Mu Ling wouldn't be Ning Cheng's bargaining chips. Instead, they would be his stumbling blocks. Uncle Cheng's face turned completely pale. This subordinate doesn't dare. Ning Ching didn't ask him to sit down again. Instead, he said to Ning Jing, Big Brother believes that you can take down Tang Li. You really didn't disappoint Big Brother. As he said this, he looked meaningfully at Ning Jing and continued, "Do you believe that Big Brother will definitely take down Han Yunxi?" Ning Jing almost cried. She understood what Ning Qing meant. Ning Qing asked her again if she believed that he wouldn't betray Han Yunxi and the Western Qin royal family. "I believe. Big Brother, no matter what, I believe in you." She deliberately paused for a moment before continuing, "I believe that you can take down Han Yunxi." "You definitely can." The soldiers nearby stopped and listened to their conversation. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. "It's good that you believe. Stay here." Ning Qing knew that Ning Jing understood. Uncle Qing also understood. He was too disappointed. Master Ning was simply foolishly loyal. It wasn't convenient to talk here. No matter what, he had to find an opportunity to persuade Master Ning. Ning Qing and Ning Jing talked about some irrelevant things before Ning Jing took her leave. Ning Jing pondered about how to find an opportunity to meet Ning Qing alone and understand the situation here clearly. Ning Qing was also thinking of ways to find an opportunity to clear up the misunderstanding between Eastern and Western Qin with Ning Jing, Uncle Qing, and even Mu Ling. He wanted to clarify Jun Yixie's identity and his partnership with Jun Yixie. Ning Jing returned to the tent and told Mu Ling everything she knew. Mu Ling was very surprised. "Ning Jing, if my sister knew about your brother's loyalty, she would definitely find a way to save him." Mu Ling said seriously. "The news here can't be sent out. Han Yunxi must have guessed that we are here. She will hate my brother to death." Ning Jing was very upset. Don't worry. Be careful of the baby." Mu Ling hurriedly persuaded. At this juncture, Ning Jing's belly couldn't be harmed again. Once something happened, her pregnancy couldn't be concealed. At that time, Jun Yixie wouldn't let her go. "Ning Jing, don't worry. Let's wait for 2 more days. Maybe your brother already has a way to deal with Jun Yixie. Let's find an opportunity to ask him clearly first." Mu Ling persuaded again. Who knew that for 3 days, neither of them could find an opportunity. Jun Yixie personally came to see Mu Ling and Ning Jing. Mu Ling ignored him, but Ning Jing calmly cooperated with Uncle Qing to put on a show. On the 4th night, someone brought Ning Qing an opportunity. This person was none other than Bai Yuqiao. At night, Bai Yuqiao withdrew all the soldiers and arranged for her own people to stand guard outside the camp. "Ning Qing, I beg you for a favor," Bai Yuqiao said and immediately knelt down. Ning Qing didn't expect this, but he still looked high and mighty. Cold and disdainful looked at Bai Yuqiao. "I can't accept such a big gift." "What is it? Say it first." Chapter 984. What kind of important matter could make the always arrogant and conceited Bai Yuqiao kneel down to Ning Qing? Ning Qing waited for Bai Yuqiao to reply, but Bai Yuqiao said, "Ning Qing, as long as you promise me, I'll buy you whatever wine you want." As if feeling that his conditions were not enough, Bai Yuqiao quickly added, "Anything else is fine too. As long as you help me." Would she do something like murdering Jun Yixie? Ning Qing would not believe Bai Yuqiao so easily. He said impatiently, "If you're not going to say what it is, get out. I want to rest." Bai Yuqiao became anxious and lowered his voice, "Help me save someone." Ning Qing could not help but laugh. "Miss Bai, aren't you overestimating me?" In the army, he was always under the control of others. He even had to be careful with his words. How could he save someone that even Bai Yuqiao could not? Bai Yuqiao could not sleep in the middle of the night, so he came to make fun of him. Ning Qing pointed to the door. telling Bai Yuqiao to scram. Bai Yuqiao quickly got up and lowered his voice, "Help me save Su Xiaoyu. As long as you can save her and leave Northernly, I'll promise you anything." "Ning Cheng, I'm not joking with you." A complicated look flashed past Ning Cheng's eyes. He really did not expect it to be Su Xiaoyu. If it was to save Su Xiaoyu, Bai Yuqiao really could not save her. Now, in Jun Yixie's eyes, Su Xiaoyu was equivalent to the perplexing butterfly illusion. Previously, Jun Yixie did not ask much, but these 2 days, he would personally visit Su Xiaoyu every 2 days and even interrogate her personally. "Hehe, you're not related to that girl. Why did you save her?" Ning Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked towards Bai Yuqiao as he questioned, "Miss Bai, are you betraying your senior brother?" In the past few days, Bai Yuqiao had tried his best, but he couldn't find a foolproof solution. He couldn't guarantee Su Xiaoyu's safety, so he came to Ning Cheng for help. For the sake of her younger sister, she had no choice but to betray her senior brother. Although she had liked senior brother since she was young, it had always been one-sided. As rational as she was, it was absolutely impossible for her to sacrifice her own sister for a one-sided love. Besides, her younger sister had suffered enough because of her. She must make it up to her younger sister. Otherwise, she would not be able to atone for her sins even if she died. Bai Yuqiao didn't say anything. Ning Cheng asked seriously, "Why should I believe you?" Bai Yuqiao lowered her head as she clenched her teeth, seemingly hesitating. Ning Cheng waited for a long time but didn't get an answer. He somehow felt that something was wrong with Bai Yuqiao, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was already so late and he didn't want to get entangled with Bai Yuqiao. If this lass really had something to ask of him, she would definitely come back again. Ning Cheng didn't chase him away as he turned around to leave. Bai Yuqiao finally spoke the truth. "Ning Cheng, I beg you to save my younger sister. Su Xiaoyu is my younger sister." That day, I realized that she has half a jade rui tattoo on her back, which is a pair with the one on my back. She must be my long-lost sister. Ning Cheng turned back in disbelief. Whoever knew that Bai Yuqiao actually turned around and took off his clothes, revealing his bare back. Ning Cheng abruptly opened his eyes as he angrily said, "Put on your clothes." "Ning Cheng, if you don't believe me, I can see it with my own eyes. Su Xiaoyu and I have a pair of tattoos on our backs. I've already arranged everything. I can take you to see Su Xiaoyu's tattoo now," Bai Yuqiao said seriously. Although Ning Cheng didn't want to see it, he still caught a glimpse of Bai Yuqiao's large tattoo when he turned around. He didn't see the shape clearly, but he knew it was there. Bai Yuqiao's matter might really be true. "How do you want me to save her?" Ning Cheng asked. Bai Yuqiao hastily put on his clothes and came forward. "Help me think of a way to send Jun Yixie away for 2 days. As long as he leaves Sky River City for 2 days, I have my own ways to take her away." Bai Yuqiao could take Su Xiaoyu away tonight, but she was very clear that even if she left Sky River City, she wouldn't be able to escape Jun Yixie's sphere of influence. Once Jun Yixie found out about Su Xiaoyu's origins, the two sisters would be finished. She didn't dare to take the risk. Ning Cheng could easily send Jun Yixie away for 2 days. All he needed to do was give Jun Yixie a few handwritten lists and have him go to the neighboring county to exchange for silver notes at Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's private banks. Then Jun Yixie would leave immediately. Of course, Ning Cheng wouldn't waste this golden opportunity so easily. He still had many things he needed Bai Yuqiao for. He said cautiously, "Find Ning Jing and have her see the tattoo clearly. I only trust Ning Jing." "All right, I'll do it right away," Bai Yuqiao rejoiced. Many things were much more convenient in the dead of night. Bai Yuqiao immediately went to find Ning Jing. Ning Jing was just as cautious as Ning Qing. She followed Su Xiaoyu to Ning Cheng's tent to make sure Bai Yuqiao wasn't tricking her before following Bai Yuqiao to the prison cells. Bai Yuqiao had the female doctor use an excuse to administer acupuncture, while she and Ning Qing hid in the shadows to watch. Su Xiaoyu was still half asleep. The female doctor had been coming to administer acupuncture and medicine to her frequently these days. Moreover, her 3 meals a day had improved greatly. She had no idea that Bai Yuqiao was behind all of this, but assumed that Ning Qing had helped her. Ning Jing watched carefully before carefully examining the tattoo on Bai Yuqiao's back. She discovered that the 2 tattoos matched each other perfectly. Moreover, they both had traces of deformation, indicating that they hadn't been added recently. Ning Jing sighed in her heart. She never expected something like this to happen. It had come too suddenly, but it was just in time for them. With Su Xiaoyu's weakness in their hands, she believed that Ning Qing would be able to make good use of Bai Yuqiao. Bai Yuqiao and Ning Jing returned to Ning Cheng's tent. Ning Jing didn't explain anything. She just nodded at Ning Qing, and Ning Qing understood what had happened. Like Ning Jing, he felt both incredulous and fortunate at the same time. Bai Yuqiao was about to speak, but he said, Jun Xia won't be able to leave the military camp in the near future. This matter needs to be considered at length. How long will it take? Bai Yuqiao asked quickly. That's hard to say. Perhaps, I'll consider it before discussing with you. Ning Qing said. Tonight, she was able to make Ning Qing believe in this matter and agree to help her. Bai Yuqiao was already satisfied. She was about to leave when Ning Qing called out, Miss Bai, shouldn't you cure the poison in this family head's body, to show your sincerity in cooperating? When he said that, Ning Jing was shocked. She had been trying to figure out what could be used against Ning Qing that Jun Xia had to stay in the military camp. She didn't expect it to be poison. Bai Yuqiao looked awkward. Ning Qing, I won't hide it from you. The antidote that you take daily is both an antidote and a slow-acting poison. So I don't know what kind of poison you're suffering from. The antidote is in my senior brother's hands. You. Ning Jing couldn't take it anymore, but Ning Qing stopped her. He gave a cold smile. All right, I believe you. Wait outside the door for a moment. I'll have a word with Ning Jing before you send her back. Bai Yuqiao didn't dare to reject Ning Qing as she nodded. You guys take your time, I'll wait. Ning Jing didn't expect that she would have the chance to speak to Ning Qing alone so soon. The moment Bai Yuqiao stepped out of the door, she immediately asked in a low voice, Brother, is it safe here? It's considered safe now. Ning Cheng's voice was also very low. Brother, what's the matter with your poison? Can Han Yunxi cure it? Ning Jing asked anxiously. Han Yunxi could definitely cure it, but was she willing to? She won't die. Ning Qing lowered his voice. Ning Jing, the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was a misunderstanding. It was the Wind and Black clans who instigated it. Ning Jing knew that Ning Qing had a lot to say to her, but she never expected this to be the first thing he said. This was something she never dared to imagine. She never dared to imagine that such words would come out of Ning Cheng's mouth. Enmity between his country and his family had always been his obsession. Revenge and restoring his country had always been his goal. But now he was denying everything with his own mouth. Brother, how did you know? Ning Jing asked. Jun Xia said that he's not a descendant of the Wind clan, but of the Black clan. He was tricked by Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing only wants to sow discord between Eastern and Western Qin. He wants Cloud Realm continent, Ning Qing continued. Ning Jing was even more shocked. The black clan that had been missing for so long was actually Jun Yixia. Who knew what Han Yunxi would think if she heard the news? Ning Jing didn't have time to think, and Ning Qing didn't waste any time either. Although Bai Yuqiao was helping them keep watch, Bai Yuqiao wouldn't be able to do so for long. If they stayed too long, Jun Yixia would be suspicious if the soldiers on night patrol saw them. I wrote this in secret on a silver note and sent it out. I'm afraid the note hasn't reached Myriad Merchant Hall yet. Once the 30,000 horses reach the Ning clan troops, I'll have to give Jun Yixia 500 million in military pay and provisions. Jun Yixia will definitely attack Northern Li's capital within 10 days. Ning Jing didn't dare to make a sound, but listened quietly. Ning Qing continued, it'll take 20 days for the 30,000 horses to reach the Ning clan troops, so we only have a month's time. Brother, you're thinking of... Ning Jing couldn't help but interrupt. You and Mu Ling, must leave before the horses arrive. You only have 20 days, Ning Qing said seriously. Then what about you? Ning Jing grew anxious. Ning Qing laughed coldly. Naturally, I'll accompany Jun Yixia to the north. Ning Qing hadn't planned to give Jun Yixia any military pay and provisions, but if Jun Yixia attacked the north as soon as he got his pay and provisions, he didn't mind giving him some and letting him continue to be arrogant. Within this month, Myriad Merchant Hall will definitely receive the banknotes. They'll do their best to cooperate with the princess. Ning Qing was very confident. He'd written 2 sentences in the secret text in the banknotes. The first was the truth about Eastern and Western Qin and Jun Yixia's identity. The second was for the D clan to obey Han Yunxi's orders unconditionally, and to see Han Yunxi was the same as seeing him. As long as Jun Yixia attacked, the D clan and East Qin's army would join hands and wait to reap the benefits. Ning Qing hadn't given the order, so no one in the D clan would dare to attack. Therefore, Ning Qing wasn't worried about the D clan. His only worry now was that news of him colluding with Jun Yixia would spread. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi would attack the D clan first. In that case, they would have internal friction. Moreover, when Myriad Merchant Hall received the banknotes, the misunderstanding would be resolved, and both sides would stop fighting. Jun Yixia would inevitably be suspicious. If he could quickly tell Han Yunxi and the others the truth now, the D clan and Great Qin's army would be able to maintain a stalemate. First, there wouldn't be internal friction, and second, Jun Yixia's side would be able to justify it. Long Fei Yi is preparing his army for war because he's afraid of the 30,000 warhorses, but he doesn't dare to rashly attack. Such an explanation was reasonable, and Jun Yixia would definitely believe it. After Ning Jing understood everything, she had mixed feelings. She said, "Brother, there's something I lied to you." Chapter 985. Ning Jing had lied to him. Ning Qing stared deeply at Ning Jing and said, "Tang Li." Uncle Cheng might have forgotten what had happened at Myriad Merchant Hall, but Ning Qing had always kept it in mind. When Ning Jing had brought Tang Li to Myriad Merchant Hall's casino, she had even worn a mask to hide her identity. What had she done there? She had always told him that she had not captured Tang Li. However, the moment she had gone missing, Tang Li had offered the Tang sect's secret formula for making hidden weapons as a reward. Tang Li clearly cared about her. Actually, Ning Jing knew very well that if Ning Qing had not been kidnapped at Black Tower, perhaps she and Tang Li would still be trapped at Myriad Merchant Hall. Or perhaps Ning Qing would have detained Tang Li to threaten the Tang sect. Ning Qing had already suspected her when they were at Myriad Merchant Hall. "Big brother, I didn't know it was Tang Li. Ning Qing lowered his head. Big brother, although revealing this matter now would not cause too much harm to the D clan and Ning Qing, Ning Jing still found it difficult to say it. Speak. Ning Cheng's voice was very cold. He did not have time to let Ning Jing hesitate here. Big brother, I lied to you about something. The Tang sect is actually... Ning Jing steeled her heart and said, the Tang sect is actually Long Fei Ye's power. Tang Li is Long Fei Ye's cousin and also his subordinate. Ning Qing was stunned when he heard this. After a while, he chuckled coldly. Long Fei Ye. Long Fei Yi, he had racked his brains and sacrificed his most capable subordinates, his closest little sister's happiness, to rope in the Tang sect and get their hidden weapons. But in the end, it was all a joke. A joke that Long Fei Yi had been watching the entire time. The Tang sect was Long Fei Ye's power. So the marriage wasn't the D clan's fault for marrying Ning Jing into the Tang clan with ulterior motives, but Long Fei's fault for making Tang Li marry Ning Jing with ulterior motives. If Ning Jing had failed to capture Tang Li and been taken by Tang Li instead, then what kind of losses would Cloud Realm Trade Consortium have? Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. Ning Qing immediately recalled Ning Jing's dowry, the arms trade. Finally, the truth. When did you find out? Ning Qing asked angrily. Who would be able to speak nicely when they found out that they had been played for a fool? I found out when we were in Medical City, Ning Jing replied honestly. Why didn't you say anything? Why did you bring Tang Li to the gambling house? Ning Qing asked next. Ning Jing fell silent for a long time before she murmured, Big brother, I like Tang Li. She didn't know how to explain herself. Many things could be explained, but feelings were the only thing that couldn't be explained. No one could be absolutely rational when it came to feelings. In the end, Ning Jing gently stroked her belly hidden beneath her loose robes and said, the child is almost 5 months old. I wanted to take him away, but now, Ning Jing knew she shouldn't be asking Ning Qing this question now, but she couldn't wait to ask. Only then could her guilty heart be relieved. She said, Big brother, if we can leave this place alive, can I go back to the Tang clan? Since the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding, then there was nothing between her and Tang Li anymore. She missed her days at the Tang clan. She really wanted to see Tang Li before her child was born. Ning Qing looked at her for a long time before he suddenly broke into a wry smile. Ning Jing didn't know what he was laughing about, but she felt uneasy. No matter what, she had betrayed the D clan. But Ning Qing only said, it's enough for you and me to know about this. If we can leave this place alive, don't forget to send me an invitation to my nephew's 1-month-old birthday party. Ning Jing was so moved that she almost threw herself at Ning Qing, but she didn't dare. She nodded repeatedly. Big brother, we will definitely leave this place alive. Big brother, Han Yunxi didn't mean to hurt you. She gave that needle to Bai Yanqing. She told me herself that the poison needle was a misunderstanding. Big brother, after you went missing, Han Yunxi helped Myriad Merchant Hall a lot. Ning Jing then told Ning Qing everything that Han Yunxi had done at Myriad Merchant Hall. Ning Qing listened quietly, his hand caressing his phoenix feather mask. Big brother, we not only have to guard against Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi attacking the D clan first, but we also have to guard against Han Yunxi cutting off the D clan's source of income. Once Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income is cut off, you might not even be able to give Jun Yixia the money you promised. Ning Jing grew anxious. Big brother, we have to find a way to contact Han Yunxi as soon as possible. Ning Cheng's face turned pale as he listened. He muttered to himself, East Origin Hole. Kangon Bank. His reaction was even more shocking and despairing than when Gu found out that Kangon Bank was Long Fei Ye's property. After all, the few gold cards he had, including a limitless gold card, all came from Kangon Bank. Actually, there was no need for Han Yunxi to cut off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income. Long Fei might have sealed off his gold cards long ago, leaving him with no soldier's pay and provisions to give Jun Yixia. If he didn't give Jun Yixia any military pay, Jun Yixia wouldn't be able to deal with the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Then Northern Li would remain in a stalemate between the North and the South. Thus, unless the Northern Dynasty's emperors and Jun Yixia joined forces, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have to worry about any changes in Northern Li that could threaten the South. Moreover, the D clan's current wealth could only support them for a year or so. If they supported Jun Yixia as well, they could only last for half a year at most. Even if the D clan and Jun Yixia joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Long Fei Yi even if they didn't have to worry about the Northern Dynasty's emperors attacking the South. Ning Qing finally realized a fact he'd never considered before. The truth was that Long Fei Yi was Cloud Realm Continent's richest man. No matter how Cloud Realm Continent changed, it couldn't escape the palm of his hand. If Myriad Merchant Hall hadn't been embroiled in that crisis, they might have been able to hold out a little longer. The D clan might have been able to seize some of the initiative as well. What's the relationship between Golden Wing Hall and Long Fei Yi? Ning Qing asked coldly. The Golden Wing Palace was directly responsible for the fact that the D clan had fallen into the hands of others. Ning Jing shook her head. She only knew that East Origin Hall belonged to Long Fei Yi. She'd asked Han Yunxi about Golden Wing Hall's origins, but Han Yunxi had been puzzled as well. She'd even sent people to investigate. Ning Jing hadn't slept a wink when she learned so much from Han Yunxi. Moreover, what about Ning Qing, the head of the D clan and head of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium? This kind of feeling was as if his pride had suddenly been trampled under someone's foot. It would hurt, it would hurt. It felt like he'd suddenly discovered that his opponent was many times stronger than he'd imagined. He was so strong that he had no chance of turning the tables. He wasn't willing, but there was nothing he could do. No matter what, even if the enmity between Eastern and Western Qin was just a misunderstanding, Ning Jing knew that Ning Qing would feel terrible. Han Yunxi, that woman, she made the right choice again. Ning Qing smiled as he looked away into the darkness of the tent. Ning Jing couldn't see his expression clearly, but it was dark and gloomy. Ning Qing didn't look back at all. "Let's go back," he said simply. "I know. Wait for my news." Time was tight. As long as Han Yunxi and Long Fei Yi made a move, he'd be in a lot of trouble and danger, whether it was sending troops or cutting off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income. Thus, he couldn't pin his hopes on those silver drafts anymore. He had to send the secret missive out as soon as possible and deliver it straight to Han Yunxi's hands. "Big brother, Mu Ling has taken care of my pregnancy for me," Ning Jing reminded him before she left. Ning Qing nodded in understanding and waved her out. Ning Jing watched his lonely back and couldn't bear to see him leave. She stood there for a while before saying, "Big brother, get out." Ning Cheng's voice was very cold. Ning Jing had no choice but to leave. Bai Yuqiao stood by the door. Although she was curious as to what the siblings had been talking about for so long, she didn't dare to ask too many questions. She was afraid that Ning Qing would be on guard against her and refuse to help her if she did. When Ning Jing returned to the tent, Ning Cheng's lonely back appeared in her mind again and again. She tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Mu Ling, on the other hand, slept very soundly. Mu Ling, didn't know when she left and Mu Ling, still didn't know when she returned. Ning Jing sat up. With her big belly, she couldn't sleep as comfortably as before. In private, her movements were very careful. She looked at Mu Ling's clean and pure smile and felt very envious. Who said that Gu was heartless? This girl was the real heartless one. She could still sleep like this in such a situation. Ning Jing couldn't sleep and finally woke Mu Ling up. Mu Ling shot up from the bed. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? Ning Jing, who had been sulking, suddenly laughed. It's nothing. I can't sleep. Can you talk to me? Mu Ling patted her chest and let out a long sigh. You scared me to death. It's the middle of the night. Ning Jing, can you not scare me? I just went to see my brother. Ning Jing recounted the incident in detail. Mu Ling was stunned as she listened. Su Xiaoyu has an older sister. Does she know? Ning Jing shook her head. Wouldn't it be bad if she knew? It's better if she doesn't know. Mu Ling nodded and muttered to herself, that's true. If she knew that the person torturing her was her own sister, based on her personality, she would definitely not admit it. As Mu Ling spoke, she suddenly grabbed Ning Jing's hand. So, we're going to be saved soon. Let Bai Yuqiao send a letter to my sister. Let my sister and brother-in-law come and save us. Then I'll be able to see Qi brother. Yes, Ning Qing will think of a way. Don't worry. As Ning Jing spoke, she thought of something. I'll tell you a piece of good news. Do you want to hear it? Hurry up and say it. Mu Ling was very excited. However, when Ning Jing said it, Mu Ling was so excited that she almost went crazy. Ning Jing said, on the way back, Bai Yuqiao said that Gu put a bounty on Medicine Ghost Valley and is looking for you everywhere. Ah! 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 Mu Linger shrieked. She lifted the covers and jumped barefoot onto the ground, scurrying left and right. She was just short of running out of the tent in a frenzy. She screamed non-stop. Ning Jing covered her ears. What's going on? Ladies, what's wrong? Say something. The soldiers did not dare to barge in and shouted outside the camp commander's tent. Ning Jing had no choice but to grab Mu Ling and forcefully cover her mouth. It's nothing. Mu Ling just had a nightmare. It's nothing. After saying this, Mu Ling pulled Ning Jing's hand and continued. Chapter 986. Mu Linger grabbed Ning Jing and kept screaming. Ah! Ah! She didn't care what time it was or where she was. She just wanted to scream and go crazy. She wanted to announce to the world that Qi brother cared about her and that Qi brother had her in his heart. Ning Jing, you're the happiest person in the world. Mu Ling hugged Ning Jing's arms. She was so happy that she couldn't calm down. Ning Jing, don't you agree? Don't you agree? Yes. How could Ning Jing say no? At this time, even if she said no, Mu Ling wouldn't listen. Ning Jing, I'm as happy as you are. You're also the happiest person in the world. Mu Ling laughed. Ning Jing felt helpless at first. However, she didn't know why, but when she heard Mu Ling's excited voice, she was infected. Yes, the happiest thing in the world was when the person you loved also loved you. Ning Jing, we must leave this place alive. We must. Mu Ling said seriously. We will. Ning Jing said firmly. Ning Jing, do you think Chi brother will hug me if he finds me? Hug me tightly. Mu Ling asked seriously. Yes. Ning Jing didn't know if he would. She wasn't familiar with Gu and couldn't see through him. She only felt that Mu Ling was silly. However, only silly people could be truly happy, right? Mu Ling thought for a while and asked shyly, Ning Jing, do you think Chi brother will kiss me? Ning Jing almost laughed out loud. She held it in and nodded. I think so. Regardless of whether Mu Linger would be disappointed in the future, at least, she was happy now. At least, she was once happy. Just like that, Mu Linger kept asking Ning Jing silly questions, and Ning Jing gave her affirmation. Ning Jing couldn't fall asleep at first. She wanted to talk to Mu Linger about Tangli, but she ended up talking about Gu the whole night. Could this be considered a secret conversation between sisters? When it was almost dawn, the two of them fell asleep while giggling sweetly. How great would it be if she could always be this happy? Ning Jing didn't sleep the entire night. Even now, his eyes were still open and he wasn't sleepy at all. Bai Yuqiao took advantage of the time when Jun Yixia was in the military training ground to look for Ning Jing. Ning Jing, do you have any plans? Bai Yuqiao asked. What plans do you want me to have in one night? Ning Jing asked back. Even though he was more anxious than Bai Yuqiao, he still maintained his composure. Bai Yuqiao knew that she was being too hasty, but she couldn't help but be anxious. Jun Yixia had already interrogated Su Xiaoyu once. If he went a second time, it was hard to guarantee that he would torture her. Su Xiaoyu's body was so weak, and she had only recovered a little in the past few days. She didn't dare to imagine what would happen if she was tortured again. Ning Jing, help me think of a way. Take it that I'm begging you. Bai Yuqiao hesitated for a moment and simply said, Ning Jing, you and my senior brother are just working together to achieve your own goals. What do you want? Just say it. Ning Jing had been waiting for Bai Yuqiao to say this, but he didn't expect her to be so anxious. Bai Yuqiao's words proved that Su Xiaoyu's position in her heart was higher than Jun Yixia's. In this way, it would be easier for him to state his conditions. Help me send a letter to Kangon Bank first. Once it's done, I'll tell you the fastest way to save her, Ning Jing said in a low voice. All right. Bai Yuqiao agreed. She never thought that Kangon Bank was one of Long Fei Ye's businesses. She had heard of the cooperation between Kangon Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall and thought that Ning Jing was probably trying to raise money. Ning Jing immediately went to write the secret letter. Bai Yuqiao was very sensible and didn't follow him to read it. After Ning Jing finished writing the secret letter, he sealed it and wrote a line of words on the seal. In this way, as long as the letter was opened and resealed, the line of words would not be neat. Deliver the letter and bring back the reply sealed by Manager Luo of Heaven and Earth Bank, Ning Jing requested. All right. Bai Yuqiao agreed as usual. She was about to leave when Ning Jing asked, Bai Yuqiao, aren't you afraid that I'll destroy your senior brother? Bai Yuqiao believed that Ning Jing liked Han Yunxi and also believed that Ning Jing would hand over the world to her senior brother for Han Yunxi. However, she also knew that once Ning Jing had the chance, he would want both the woman and the world. She was Ning Chang's chance. Bai Yuqiao had already thought of all these things when she decided to come to him for help. With her back facing Ning Jing, she didn't turn around and said indifferently, Ning Jing, I only have 2 conditions. First, rescue Su Xiaoyu within half a month. Second, don't harm my senior brother's life. As for how to rescue him, we'll discuss it in detail when I get Manager Luo's reply. Ning Chang's lips curled into a sneer. All right, I'll wait for you. I'll arrange for someone to deliver it. He wanted to thank Ning Jing for her reminder yesterday. If Ning Jing hadn't mentioned Kangon Bank yesterday, he wouldn't have known where to deliver the secret letter. If it hadn't been for Kangon Bank, based on the two conditions that Bai Yuqiao had just mentioned, she might not have agreed so readily. Before he sent Ning Jing and the others away, he wouldn't help Bai Yuqiao. As for Jun Yixia, he couldn't do it without harming his life. Even if he were to die, he would drag Jun Yixia down with him. After Bai Yuqiao delivered the secret letter to Kangon Bank, he wouldn't have any more worries. Bai Yuqiao wouldn't have any bargaining chips to negotiate with him. That night, Ning Cheng found an opportunity to ask Bai Yuqiao to arrange for him to meet Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaoyu was already asleep. He glanced at Su Xiaoyu from afar, then turned to leave. "Little girl, I'm going to have to trouble you. You have to be strong and hold on." Ning Cheng's banknotes were currently changing hands in the company. Ning Cheng's secret letter had been sent by Bai Yuqiao to the only Kangon Bank branch in Northern Li. As for Han Yunxi, they were on their way to the three-way black market. At this time in the three-way black market, in the Myriad Merchant Palace, the fifth elder who was loyal to Han Yunxi had already been placed under house arrest. The fifth elder was too honest. Although he was angry after receiving Ning Cheng's letter, he still gave the letter to the Great Elder and had the Great Elder announce it to the Council of Elders. The other four elders of the Council of Elders all agreed to give the letter to the army, letting the army prepare to receive the 30,000 battle horses. At the same time, they had to prepare to go to war with East Qin. The fifth elder's strength alone couldn't stop them at all. Although Ning Cheng's letter didn't explicitly say that the D clan was cooperating with Jun Yixia, the 30,000 battle horses heading south made everyone mistakenly think that Ning Cheng was cooperating with Jun Yixia. At this moment, the entire D clan was preparing to go to war. The elders of Myriad Merchant Hall knew that Han Yunxi would cut off their source of income, but they didn't fear it. They were already prepared to sacrifice all of the D clan's businesses and properties to support the army. They were waiting for Ning Cheng's letter and Ning Cheng's orders. Then they could go to war at any time. Now that the situation had escalated, Han Yunxi's group had no time to search for the perplexing butterfly illusion. They hurried on their way until a few nights later, they secretly arrived at the three-way black market. Meanwhile, manager Luo of Kangon Bank was waiting for Long Fei Yi at East Origin Hall. To stop the cooperation between Kangon Bank and Myriad Merchant Hall's auction houses, Long Fei Yi only needed to give the order. Manager Luo could show himself in the black market that very night, and the news would spread like wildfire by tomorrow. This would be a blow to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, not just the auction houses, but many other businesses as well. Everyone would fear Kangon Bank, which was why they refused to cooperate with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. After all, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium was no longer what it used to be. Of course, if news of this reached Jun Yixia's ears, Jun Yixia would immediately question Ning Cheng's wealth. "Your Highness, this subordinate has already made the necessary preparations." Myriad Merchant Hall's auction houses are holding a special auction tonight, so the venue is huge, Manager Luo said. Long Fei Yi glanced at Han Yunxi, whose gaze was complicated. She had never planned to make an enemy of the D clan, much less hope that they would treat her as one. She had no idea why things had come to this, either. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that she had no idea why things had come to this between her and Ning Qing. It wasn't that she wanted to start a war, but that the D clan was itching to make a move. She had cut off Myriad Merchant Hall's source of income not as a show of force, but as a way to tie them down and delay Ning Qing from starting a war. Han Yunxi had no idea how much effort Ning Qing had put into Sky River City, much less how much trouble her decision today would bring to Ning Qing. It might even lead to an irreversible situation. Han Yunxi didn't say a word beyond nodding. Seeing Han Yunxi nod, Long Feiyi nodded to Manager Luo as well. This subordinate understands. I'll do it immediately, Manager Luo respectfully withdrew. Gu crossed his legs and asked, when will Tang Li arrive? What are you planning to do? Han Yunxi asked. When he arrives, we'll kill our way to Sky River City with him. Gu narrowed his long, narrow eyes. They were devilishly beautiful and ruthless. Poison girl, you guys fight your battles. Tang Li and I will save our people. Let's see who kills Jun Yixia and Ningqing first. Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. Go die yourself. Don't drag Tang Li down with you. Jun Yixia's martial arts weren't as good as theirs, but with hostages in hand, there were bound to be all kinds of ambushes. Long Feiyi's men couldn't even get close to the center of the Sky River barracks. If Gu and Tang Li tried to force their way in, they might end up as hostages again. Besides, Gu couldn't leave now. If Tang Li heard what he said, what if Tang Li was eager to save his wife and rushed in alone? Wouldn't he suffer a great loss? Speaking of Tang Li really came. Tang Li brought a secret letter with a serious expression. Brother, guess what this is? Who is it for? Where did it come from? Long Feiyi asked. Tang Li held up the secret letter for everyone to see. Everyone immediately saw the signature on the letter, Ningqing. Ningqing. Where did you get this letter from? Who is this letter for? Han Yunxi asked anxiously. Could it be a blackmail letter sent by Ningqing? Ningjing and Mu Ling were in Ningqiang's hands. Ningqing hadn't blackmailed them yet. There was no doubt that he wanted to keep them as a hostage. Unexpectedly, Tang Li said something that shocked everyone even more. He said, this letter is from Ningqing to Manager Luo of Kangon Bank. It was sent by Urgent Eagle from the Northernly branch. I bumped into the messenger at the door and brought it in. What is Ningqing trying to do? Ningqing didn't know about the relationship between Kangon Bank and Long Feiyi. Could it be that Ningjing and Mu Ling had a slip of the tongue? Or maybe he had a favor to ask of Kangon Bank. That's strange. Long Feiyi opened the letter quickly. When he saw the contents, his expression changed drastically. He exclaimed, Quick, go stop Steward Luo. What's going on? Gu Beiyue couldn't help but ask. Long Feiyi didn't have time to answer. He got up and went out personally. Would he be able to stop him in time? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.